We are live.
Roll call,
Jump and wave,
roll call,
jump and wave.
there's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
Hit it again, money. Hit it again.
Again?
Roll call,
Jump and wave,
roll call.
jump and wave.
There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
Hit it again.
Roll call,
Jump and wave,
roll call.
jump and wave.
There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
Yes.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Welcome to each and everyone. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week as usual. And looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend.
Mhm.
Sorry, guys. So welcome to those in television land. Welcome to our silent viewers and welcome to everyone who's in the chat. Thank you so much for the continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. And to all the new subscribers, welcome, and thank you so much for your support. Remember, guys, when you're coming in to like up the live, thumbs it up, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some love by subscribing and turning on your post notification bell. So each time we're going to be coming live and send out the notification, you will be notified. Okay, so let me just welcome those who are in the chat. Truck Life as usual. Happy Friday. Thank you so much.
Big up yourself, Truck
Really
Life.
appreciate the continued support. Maya, welcome. Happy Friday. Miss Yvonne, welcome. She's saying good night to you both in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much. And good night to you as well. Happy Friday. Wayne, happy Friday. Thank you. Mr. Gilmore, welcome. Active Troops is saying night, y'all. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Blessed
BCA,
Troops.
welcome. Thank you. Friday, Patricia. Isaac's family, welcome. Happy Friday. All right. And those who are in the background, welcome. And remember, guys, you can join us on platform. I'm going to pin the link shortly, as well as the WhatsApp number is streaming across the screen. So if you want to call in and join in the conversation, you are free to do so on WhatsApp, as well as you can click the link once it's there and join us on the platform. You don't have to turn your camera on if you do not wish to do so. Okay. All right. So Arthur, welcome. Happy Friday. JP, welcome. And welcome the Jamaican Drunk Road channel. Welcome. Happy Friday. Winston, welcome. Happy Friday. Okay, I'm not going to delay any further. I'm just going to hand over to Baron so you can get into the program. Your host, Baron and Anne-Marie.
Oh, thank you, wifey, for that. Once again, welcome my wonderful audience as usual that tune in on a Friday. But first I want to say a big thanks to all new subscribers, and big thanks for those who continue to follow us. All right. I want to speak to all Jamaicans tonight. And as it relates to, our channel, right, and where Mystic Sensation is concerned, right, as it relates to our investigative skills, an ability to dig into things and establish them. Now, you have seen the thumbnail, and of course, it addresses, right, 6 members of parliament, right, who have concerns, right? But before I get into the intricacies, I want to speak as it relates to the 63% of persons who have not participated in the previous election and where Jamaica is at this time. Because I will have no hesitation in saying that this government is an extremely corrupted. Extremely corrupted. I have done some investigation, right, as way back as it relates to where the corruption identified, right, amongst said both political parties. And I realize, you know, something with the investigation that, and as I said, I'm speaking to the 63% of persons who had not participated, giving them reason as to why they really need to vote for the People's National Party. I'm going to establish evidence, clear evidence. And before I begin, I have done a detailed research as it relates to allegation of corruption, right, that encompass both political parties. And what the research found was amazing. I know that people who are listening to me, right, some of these persons are investigators themselves, police officers, probably lawyers, and we are going to go through tonight, right, and show a fundamental difference. Some people say that they will not vote for the People's National Party and they will not vote for the Jamaica Labour Party because both parties are one of a kind. Well, the investigation that I had done is going to show the electorate the truth. And what I'm going to prove tonight is allegations or scandal of corruption and actual corruptions that being processed through the judiciary and where persons got convicted. Now, let me say this. We have seen the Jamaica Labour Party over the years, from as far as 1954, accusing the People's National Party of corruption. And let me say this, people, because I know that people have the access of the internet and they can search it for themselves. But I want you to follow me tonight. And I want to prove something to all Jamaicans, both in the diaspora and locally. And the investigation determined that Jamaica Labour Party always scandalized corruption as it relates to the People's National Party, but never yet able to prove that corruption through the judiciary, are never yet able to convict members of the People's National Party in the court. And so then most of their accusation merely ties to scandal. Now, people, I know that maybe Jamaica Labour Party persons are here as well, but before you criticize me, I want for you to follow me tonight, and after hearing from me, you go and do the research yourself. So what I'm saying, that the Jamaica Labour Party will always come with scandal as it relates to People's National Party, but never yet convict one case in court. Mark my word. No, as opposed to the Jamaica Labour Party being accused by the PNP, and not only being accused by the PNP, but processed in law and convicted for corruption. Now, if anyone wants to dispute that, please dispute it with tangible evidence. Please dispute it. I don't want to hear he's a PNP activist, he's a that. I'm a Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican. And I'm defending Jamaican people. And also defending Jamaican people to make the right decision. And I'm going to prove it tonight. But before I prove it to you in terms of evidence that I'm going to present tonight, I am going to play a clip where the People's National Party accusing the Jamaica Labour Party, and likewise the Jamaica Labour Party accusing the People's National Party. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through a public investigation with you all, that all the accusation that JLP had done, it mostly based on scandal that has never been proven. So people, I want to play the clip as it relates to Peter Phillips and Andrew Holness squaring off, calling out the corruption. Now, after they do that, we are now going to dig in the investigation of Andrew Holness' accusation, right, as it relates to evidence, and see where that takes us. That is going to take us to scandal and nothing more. And we are going to dig into Peter Phillips' accusation and see where it takes us. It is taking us to where Jamaica Labour Party members of parliament actually go in court, go through the judicial process, and actually found guilty and prosecuted. So without any hesitation, we have enough to speak about tonight as it relates to those 6 persons, right, who are very concerning. So, but we are cruising in. So without any further ado, let me play the clip, and we are going to watch and listen to them, and then I am going to take you through the investigation to prove my point. Straight up, yesterday Andrew Holness did not expect shock or disappointment that any of his members could have been involved in wrongdoing. Neither did he state that he is not involved. So straight up, let me tell you something, and let me tell, right, all Jamaican this. This government means Jamaican no good. They are corrupted to the core, and I'm going to prove it tonight. So then, guess what? Any persons, right, who want to, after hearing me, go on the internet, research for yourself, and you're going to find that my investigation proved 100% solid, or any other investigator who want to investigate is going to prove solid based on what I am delivering tonight. So without any hesitation, let us go into the clip, and we're going to sit back and listen to the accusation from both of them, and then we are going to do our investigation.
Okay. Okay, welcome to everyone who recently joined in. Happy Friday. Let me just go ahead and share without any delays. Hold on. As usual, guys, it's a lot of videos to go through and articles, so let me just try to find.
There's something there.
Oh, it's on the overlay. Okay. No, it's not in the overlay. It's over there.
Okay.
All right, one sec, guys.
All right, we're coming up with that, guys. So just be with us. A lot of clip to go through tonight.
Okay, here.
All right.
We find the evidence that what we have today in Jamaica is the most corrupt administration that has ever held office in the history of our country since independence.
What is this man talking about? Well, make me make the statement, backed up by facts, that the PNP is the most corrupt political organization in the Caribbean.
Pushing scandal.
If you go back to 1989, which is a long time ago, you would hear about the Rollins land deal scandal.
Police use car scandal.
If you go back to 1990, you remember the zinc scandal after Hurricane Gilbert.
FLA scandal.
You have the furniture scandal. Then you have the Shell waiver scandal.
$8 million phone bill scandal.
Then you have a big scandal in 1992 over the illegal importation of motor vehicles. Then in 1993, we hear some man buy US dollar out of the back of them car all over. Big scandal.
$9 million travel scandal at TTD. The government have more scandal in it than Riverton City have scandal back.
You hear about the corrupt distribution of land in Holland. You hear about the Operation Pride scandal. Then in 1997, you have the FinSac scandal.
And then we have the super scandal, the Petrojam scandal. That one have everything in it.
And then now you have the mother of all scandal, the Trafigura scandal. You remember that?
Friends of the government collecting money for travel, but not traveling.
The Montego Bay street people scandal. The fat cat salary scandal. You remember NetServe? Yes.
Friends of the government getting jobs at 3 times the pay that the previous occupants of the job had. While at the same time, long-serving, loyal, patriotic civil servants being fired from jobs.
Then you have the Sandals White House scandal. Then now, after that, you come up with the Cuban light bulb scandal. You remember that? You have the Hanover Parish Council scandal.
Friends of the government and activists for the JLP getting jobs in organizations for which they don't have qualifications.
Then you have the Chick V scandal. Then you have the dead baby scandal. Then you have the bad gas scandal. Then you have now the parish council in a Manchester scandal.
Friends being awarded contracts by breaking the procurement rules, and some of those friends are the same people that turn up in the bushing scandal.
You remember Outer Many scandal? You remember EWI energy scandal?
Never in our history have we heard of a government entering into verbal contracts. No paper, no sign. Just word of mouth. $23 million. What madness is this going on in our country, Master?
You can't cuss me when you corrupt.
Thank God for the opposition in Parliament. Thank God for the PAAC and the PNP members and the PAAC.
We already know that in bad mind, him that likes the people prosper. And now we know that him is nothing but a hypocrite. There will always be in every government, regardless of jurisdiction, people who breach the rule, people who use their power unjustly, unfairly, and unduly. The mark of the good government is that when it is done, there is no cover-up. When we face our challenges, there is no one who could criticize this government to say that we were covering up corruption. No, the Jamaica Labour Party stands firmly against corruption, and we will put in place and have been putting in place the measures to address it.
Okay. All right. People, we all heard that from Andrew Holness, that he will make every effort in stopping corruption. We know of a fact today that that is not true. Andrew Holness' government is making every effort in muzzling the Integrity Commission, right? And making sure that they don't speak out on corruption. Particularly recently, Andrew Holness, right, also passed a bill where they cannot speak as it relates to even where the 6th member of parliament that is under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. Now, people, let me say this to you. In all of the accusation that Andrew accused the People's National Party, they are merely scandal that never ever been proven into the court, never proven by the judiciary. Now, not only that, Andrew Holness-led government attacked and pilfered from the treasury itself. Listen to me, people. Andrew Holness-led government attacked and pilfered from the treasury, which means that Andrew Holness-led government steal directly from taxpayers. I have the evidence and I am going to prove it. So now let us look on the two biggest accusation that he accused the People's National Party. So what we are going to look for now, we are going to search in Google now as it relates to Trafigura and see what happened with Trafigura. Now remember, I said that Andrew Holness government steal directly from the treasury. Simple means hard earning taxpayers' money is what Andrew Holness-led government steal. So let us prove that fact tonight as it relates to documentary evidence. Evidence number one, we are going to look on the accusation of Trafigura case and see what happened with that. Let us find that and so that we can read it. Yes.
One sec. Welcome to everyone who's joining in. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining.
Yes, there it is.
That one you want?
Yeah.
Wasn't it more than one? Hold on. Okay.
August 2006, the PNP government, led by then Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller, went under embarrassing scrutiny after then opposition leader Bruce Golding announced in Parliament that his party had uncovered suspicious dealings between the government and Dutch oil lifting company Trafigura Behir. Golding theorized that the 31 million Jamaican dollar contribution was a covert attempt to bribe the government as the country was on the heels of a general election. This spiraled a series of events which became known as the Trafigura scandal. Trafigura maintained that the transaction was commercial, but one party luminary said it was a campaign donation. Golding went a step further and contacted Dutch authorities as under Dutch law, it's illegal for companies to donate to political parties. Additionally, the Mutual Assistance Act, which was amended in 2007 after Golding's shock announcement, included Netherlands in the list of countries Jamaica would assist with information in criminal investigations. This set the stage for proceedings to be initiated in Jamaica's Supreme Court for Mrs. Simpson Miller and others to answer questions regarding the transaction. When the matter was brought up in court in 2013, Mrs. Simpson Miller and her co-claimants argued that their constitutional rights would be breached if they were compelled to answer questions by Dutch authorities in open court. However, that claim was rejected as the court held that the claimants failed to identify which rights would be breached. Consequently, a ruling was made for them to answer questions in order to assist in what had become a criminal investigation. Fast forward 4 years later to January 2017, where Queen's Counsel K.D. Knight argued in open court of appeal that firstly, in Jamaica, a witness cannot be compelled to testify, and secondly, the Mutual Assistance Criminal Matters Act, which allows Jamaica to assist foreign countries with investigation in criminal matters, does not provide for punishing persons who fail to participate in the process. Mr. Knight went on to argue that Supreme Court Judge Justice Lennox Campbell erred in his judgment because he treated the request as a matter to be discussed in open court versus in private. The matter will be heard later on in the month. For Seeing Caribbean News, I'm Karika McIntyre.
Okay. So people, the Trafigura situation as it relates to what Bruce Golding believed, Bruce Golding suspect that a donation, right, as it relates to $31 million, right, was somehow, corrupted, as according to Bruce Golding, that he went as far as calling the Dutch authorities and so forth and so forth. In a way, the Trafigura company, right, disputed that and said that was nothing like that. So these are just merely scandals, right, that did not go anywhere. Merely scandal. So that is number one that we are going to put out. You understand, as it relates to GLP scandal. Now, there was no one gone through a court process. No one found guilty of anything, right? And there was no conviction. So that is one of their biggest claim of corruption against the People's National Party. Well, truth and in fact, it is a big scandal by the Jamaica Labour Party. We prove that. All right. Now, let us move on to another accusation coming from the Jamaica Labour Party. We are going to go to the furniture scandal. You understand? So we are going to read the document as it relates to the furniture scandal. So listen, what I am doing tonight is show people, right, as it relates to the accusation from GLP, two of their biggest accusation that the People's National Party is corrupt. And I am going to show you now, on the flip side, where GLP being found, put through the court system and found guilty. So that's a gross disparity between PNP and GLP. And for those people who said PNP and GLP, they are both corrupt. No, they are not. GLP is corrupt, and GLP always find reasons, right, of scandal to justify their criminal action and stealing all the time from the treasury. And I am going to prove that tonight. Now let us go to the furniture scandal so that every Jamaican can read it. Without any further ado, let us put up the furniture scandal there.
Okay. That one was this one.
Furniture scandal.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let me go through what is known as the furniture scandal. Right. From the furniture scandal in December 1990 to the light bulb scandal in November 2008, allegations of corruption start the People's National Party during its record stay in office. Neither the brilliant chandeliers acquired by politicians, which triggered the furniture scandal, nor the hundreds of light bulbs from Cuba who have any radiating effect on the PNP. The party has already admitted that it took a battering from the corruption allegations during its 18 years in government. And there is no question that it served up a full menu of so-called scandals. So-called what? Scandals. The names of many prominent PNP stalwarts were mentioned in the questionable activities labeled scandals by a suspicious public. Former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson and PNP officer Vin Lawrence were prominent in the Shell waiver and Sandals White House scandals, respectively. Other encounters with scandals. Other PNP ministers had their encounters with alleged scandals. Carl Blight, as the Water and Housing Minister, faced his questions in the Operation Pride scandal. Information Minister Colin Campbell featured in the Trafigura affair. Junior Energy Minister Ken Spencer in the Cuban light bulb. Technology Minister Philip Palwell in NetServe, and well, some others. Then there was the Fat Cat scandal in which some public servants were allegedly in receipt of compensation packages that were significantly above what then Jamaican Labour Party JLP opposition claim was due to them. In all of this, only Spencer has been ushered before the court on a range of criminal charges. Still, many of these so-called scandals remain unresolved allegations which continue to haunt the PNP. Take away that. So as I say, people, right? These are scandals that concocted, right, by Jamaican Labour Party that are proven, right, non-effective when it goes to a court, because it is more like hearsay and, you know, lack of evidence. And then as it goes back to the scandal bag. Now, since we touch the two greatest scandal as it relates to what rocked the PNP, right? Because we must remember that Jamaica Labour Party is very good when it comes to scandal. Just like what they scandal Michael Manley, that Michael Manley was going communist. So Jamaica Labour Party is known for that, because, of course, they want to justify their wrongdoing. Now, let us shift from the People's National Party, giving you the two big accounts as it relates to People's National Party. Now, in all of this scandal, at no time in the history of Jamaica, let me speak it loud and speak it clear, no time in the history of Jamaica that People's National Party had ever been accused of stealing from the treasury. But in all the accusation of the Jamaica Labour Party, we have seen, we have members of Parliament from the Jamaica Labour Party have been pilfering from the treasury. And not only that, the Ministry of Education, right, being trampled on. So these are people who, it seems like the Jamaica Labour Party is more befitting of a mob or a gang of wrongdoers. Now, let me prove it. I am going to go back as far as in the 1950s now to prove to you of a case in terms of Jamaica Labour Party member of parliament being accused, put through the court system, found guilty, and sentenced. So let us go to that evidence.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Let me just.
Taking corruption to another level.
Yeah, it's coming in order.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you for being here. There.
Okay. So I'm going to read this document, right, and show people the evidence taking corruption to another level. The present wave of corruption in the public office is unprecedented in modern Jamaica. However, corruption is not new to the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me read that again. Corruption is not new to the Jamaica Labour Party. The party boasts a well-established tradition of corrupt behavior, as JLP ministers of government have presided over wanton robbery of the public purse. And some of them have been convicted and sentenced to serve time in prison. In the 1950s, former JLP Minister of Education, Josie Malcolm, was sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding his constituents. Malcolm's successor in the Ministry of Education, L.L. Simmons, was next. He was convicted in July 1954 for breaches of the Official Secrets Act and sentenced to 15 months at hard labor. In the decade of the 1960s, the former Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Arthur Burt, many well have been the third to face the courts and being sentenced for his role in the corrupt angling of school building program. My God, 1967 to 71, financed by the World Bank. A report from the Commission of Inquiry established to probe the matter stated that although suggestions of a grave character were made before the commission involving Dr. Burt, he fled the island to avoid appearing before the commission and facing criminal charges. Now, people, in February 1990, Jack Smith, former GLP Minister of Labor, was charged with receiving $70,000 deemed by the Director of Public Prosecutions to have been unlawful obtained from farm workers' savings. So imagine, the farm worker, them go Canada, go America, work hard and save their money. And this man take for the people their money, thieving from the poor people. JLP is known for that, stealing from poor people from ever since. He was also charged with conspiracy to defraud. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison at hard labor. One would have thought that the JLP would want to break that with its tradition of corruption, and listening to Prime Minister Holness' lofty pronouncement of integrity at his swearing in. Many Jamaicans expected honesty and transparency from the new government. Instead, what we have experienced an administration that has taken corruption to another level. Former JLP Minister Education Rural Reid was hastily removed from the office to facilitate a full investigation of reports of corruption, nepotism, and misappropriation of public funds within the ministry as well as its agencies, including Caribbean Maritime University. Andrew Wheatley has been relieved of his ministerial responsibility after exposure of the widespread corruption in the agency for which he had put forward a responsibility. We anxiously await the reports for ongoing investigation in the Petrojam scandal. At present, it is the Ministry of Health and Wellness which is under the microscope, and this by no means exhausts the list of corrupt practices that have been exposed since the Holness administration take office. Take it away. Take it away. Big up yourself, Jamaican call of people. Let me tell you something. Because it is not my channel alone that burn the fire now. Over Jamaican Carlos, you have the living fire over there. Right? During this course of week, I spent some time over Jamaican Carlos, and I really enjoy myself. So people, please, I beg you, support the man thing. Please. You understand? Go over there. You understand and enjoy yourself. You understand? Whatever time you're going to spend is that time of pleasure and enjoyment. Once again, Jamaican Carlos, big up yourself, my brother. So people, I am not here, you understand, talking about, all right, I am dieted. I am a professional investigator. I'm certified. And so then when I'm doing my investigation, right, to make people feel appeased as it relates to, okay, I really want to know which party have Jamaicans at heart and which party is dealing with nation building. Obviously, I've just pointed it out as it relates to that investigation and evidence. Now, my thing is not hiding. You can go on the internet, and if you feel free that you want to dispute what I say, simply go and investigate to see if any People's National Party member of parliament being found guilty and convicted in a court of law. We have at least the recent as it relates to the light bulb scandal with Colonel Spencer had put before the court, but guess what? Had not found guilty, right? The fact of the matter, we have more than seven members of parliament from the Jamaica Labour Party from 1954 being rubbling with taxpayers' funds, the treasury. Ultimately, these people are natural vampires to the poor and needy of Jamaica. So I am saying before any person argue as it relates to any persons who, of course, you have a right to love your Jamaica Labour Party, but what you need to understand is to find out which political party take the heart of the people as it relates to the interests of the people, nation building. A party who will never ever pilfer with the Ministry of Education because education is vital for a nation. An educated nation will bring from that the level of tertiary, the level of technocrats that will able to formulate critical thinking skills and ideas, to be innovators and push us forward in terms of nation building. Jamaica Labour Party crippled that, attacked that, and crippled it. You have seen how they have stepped in the teacher's neck. You have seen it's like a crucifixion. People's National Party have no evidence of those corruption as it relates to pilfering from the treasury. Right? It's always scandals coming out of the Jamaican Labour Party to justify their means of pilfering. So if Andrew Holness want to listen, or any Jamaica Labour Party persons who want to listen, go and find the proof and bring it on social media. Let us see that. But tonight, I am taking the evidence to you to show you that the Jamaica Labour Party is a set of puss. Simple, straightforward. The Jamaica Labour Party is a set of puss. We can pluralize puss. We call them pussies. Mr. Pussy can
give puss bad.
Okay. All right. So then worse than puss.
Worse than puss.
Okay. Yes. All right. So then, I am not joking with the investigation. So regardless of people who want to talk about JLP this and JLP that. Now, Jamaica Labour Party, as it relates to now, let me target now Andrew Holness. I'm zeroing on Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness, without any hesitation, is a political artist. Straight out. Maureen Vasta said, Patakia. All right. Them a mongoose round chicken coop. Yes, baby. Now, and because I am confident in terms of my investigation, and I know that when they are investigating, they can't find otherwise. They have to speak of the evidence that already established. And we know the evidence that already established. So now I am going to go next to a little news of destruction that Andrew Holness is coming out with, because he's going like he's smart. You know? Andrew going like him smart. But let me tell Andrew Holness something. Not only Andrew Holness behave like he's smart. Donald Trump used to behave like he's smart. If you notice, they have similar tendencies.
Baby Trump, we have.
Right? So we could have called Andrew Holness Baby Trump. I hope him have an understanding of what is unfolding with his father. And so then when you look, Trump continued to push against the rails of justice, similar to what Andrew Holness is doing. But you know what? While you have a section of the American society as it relates to the Democrat and the Republic, and we know that the Republic swinging right, they defended Trump. And while that section of political system failed the people miserable in identifying the truth, when the political system failed, we are hoping that the judiciary system holds up. And we have seen today that I applaud the United States of America judiciary system to hold up and hold Donald Trump accountable. Let me turn to Jamaica. We have seen that this Prime Minister tried to corrupt both political system and the judiciary system. The judiciary system, as he tried to give extension to Paula Llewellyn, DPP, by amending the Pension Act to increase the age of retirement for the DPP. And why? And why? Now we know that, okay, you have the numbers, right, where you can amend you can amend the Constitution. But why the reason? Why the reason? Because we have other persons in the DPP office is more capable than Paula Llewellyn. But your reasons are obvious. One, the SSL case must be closed by the election period. People, what I'm saying to you, you're going to see that the election, that the SSL case, they are going to try to close it by that period. Number two, that 6 members of parliament, right? We are going to get into, and we're going to leave that for later. So let me just leave that little piece for later. And I'm going to touch at another subtopic as it relates to someone, a vlogger, right? And vlogger, let me say this to you. I am not eating your opinion, because you have a right to your opinion. And every person has a right to their opinion. But, you know, persons can beg to differ. They have a right to differ as well. So someone posts on social media that PJ Patterson, right, as according to him, is the worst Prime Minister of Jamaica. Sir, let me say this to you before I show the evidence to you, because I know after you see this evidence, you're going to change your mind. And one of the things before people come out on social media and speak, you have to do your research, because remember, as we speak, you have several people watching you and people want to learn, people want to grasp. And it is not right for you to disseminating information that is false or information that is baseless, information that is unfounded, information that was not researched, and then you just give your opinion like that. You are to research your opinion before you put it out and make sure you have the facts, because people are listening to you. And social media vloggers are powerful medium of passing information. So you don't want to disseminating information that is baseless, that is wrong. So, sir, I am going to put up your clip. And if you're watching me, I am going to show you evidence where you should have done more research and understanding the facts of economics before you speak. Another thing that I want to speak on, if there are certain subject matter that a particular vlogger don't have the depth on or don't have a solid knowledge on, don't touch the subject, please, because you'll be misguided, misinformed. And so then you have to make sure that you comprehend the material that you are giving to people. So I'm going to put up what you said as it relates to why you say PJ Patterson is the worst prime minister. And I'm going to disapprove you with evidence. Without any further ado, Roddy, put it up.
Okay, so it's over. I just
Yeah.
want this to retrieve the book for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one sec, guys. Okay, welcome to everyone. Thank you so much for joining in. Happy Friday.
Welcome back to all my current viewers and subscribers, and welcome to all the new viewers. If it's your first time watching Voice of the Victims, please consider subscribing to the channel. Now, in today's video, I'm here to highlight the reasons why most Jamaicans consider PJ Patterson the worst prime minister to ever serve the people of Jamaica. Percival James Patterson, more commonly known as PJ Patterson. He was born on April the 10th, 1935, in the parish of Hanover. He then relocated to Kingston, where he attended Calabar High School. Upon PJ completion of high school, he pursued higher learning at the University of West Indies and also the London School of Economics. PJ was the chairman of the UWI's External Affairs Commission. That's when his interest in politics came about, because he was exposed to other world leaders and their thoughts and making changes in their country through representational politics. PJ also holds 2 degrees, and he's also the recipient of the Leverhulme Scholarship and the Sir Hugh Perry Prize for Excellence in Law of Contracts. PJ is a lawyer by trade outside of politics. PJ's entry in representational politics came in the year 1958 as an organizing staff for the People's National Party. He then became a member of the party's National Executive Council in the year 1964. 5 years later, he became an opposition senator appointed by then party president Norman Manley. In the year 1969, PJ became the People's National Party vice president, just at the age 33, and was the youngest person to ever hold that position in the PNP. When then Prime Minister Michael Manley decided to run for the office in the year 1969, he turned to a young PJ Patterson to lead his campaign, and that was the beginning of their partnership, which lasted for over 25 years. In 1972, the campaign PJ managed for Michael Manley ended up won the general election. At this time, PJ was awarded with the appointment of his first cabinet position in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism. PJ was elected the Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Southeastern in the year 1970, the constituency he held until his retirement from representational politics in 2006.
Are you feeling dissatisfied and unfulfilled in your current job, no matter how hard you work? Are you looking for other?
From 1978 to 1980, PJ served as Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. PJ's political career was derailed in 1980 general election when he lost that election and lost his constituency to a man by the name of Euphema Williams, after which he made the now famous speech, "I shall return." PJ was handed the Prime Minister job in the year 1992 after Michael Manley had stepped down and retired from representational politics. But PJ went on the following year to win the general election, defeating Edward Seaga. PJ held the post as Prime Minister for Jamaica from the year 1992 to 2006. PJ had never lost a general election. Okay, that was just an overview of PJ Patterson's life and political career. Now let's get to the meat of the matter as to why PJ is considered the worst Prime Minister amongst many Jamaicans. Firstly, in the year 1996, PJ Patterson put up JPS, that's Jamaica Public Service, for sale. However, the sale did not went through because the 3 bid that came in, the government was not satisfied with that price. However, in the year 2001, JPS was sold to Myrant, who acquired an 80% ownership in the month of March 2001 in JPS. Secondly, between the year 2002 and 2005, PJ fixed the price of bauxite while production costs went up and the aluminum price went down. And at this time, bauxite was one of our main contributors to the national GDP. PJ also sold the government majority stake in the state-owned company Jamalco to an overseas entity. PJ sold the government 43% stake in cement company to a Trinidadian company who still holds control of cement company up to this day. He sold our national airline, which is Air Jamaica, which gave Jamaicans across the world a sense of pride. He sold the Norman Manley International Airport in the year 2003. He sold Donald Sangster International Airport that same year to a Mexican company who is currently the owner of both airports in Jamaica. His party was in control of the government when the garment and manufacturing company exited out of Jamaica. This industry provided a lot of jobs for Jamaicans across the country, and I know it was devastating for enough Jamaicans who was laid off. I know this for a fact because I was affected by this firsthand. I should have mentioned, when Myron purchased JPS in 2001, couple years after, they sold it to a next American company by the name of Mary Benny. At the time, Mary Benny was filing for bankruptcy in the United States of America. Soon after they purchased JPS and came to Jamaica, they raised the light bill and the general public will see the company's profit went to an all-time high. Soon after, they withdrew their bankruptcy filing from the United States federal government. They then came out in a press release and said PJ Patterson was their chief advisor. All these companies PJ had sold in the late 90s and early 2000s. If these companies were still under the governance or the running of Jamaican, it would be a total different argument as it relates to our economy. Because at no time a company like JPS should be privatized. This company shouldn't be for profit. The country Jamaica or the government of Jamaica own absolutely nothing in this country. PJ sold out all of it. They always said, it's not the same day leaf drop a water bottom it rotten. And this is a true testament to Jamaica. Because at the time when PJ sold all these companies from Jamaica, it wasn't affecting it. It seems like the best decision at the time. But now, 10 to 15 years on, it seems to be the worst decision Jamaica has ever made. One prime minister single-handedly sold all the major industries in the country. Just imagine if Jamaica did still have control of cement company, JPS, the airports. The country would be in a much better state as it relates to the economy. The two main indicators which indicate how good a prime minister has done during his tenure at the top seat in the country is how that prime minister handles the crime situation and how that prime minister handles the economy. And I'm going to now give you the numbers as it relates to PJ Patterson when he was the prime minister. When PJ took over the country as prime minister in the year 1992, the loss of life for that year was 629. When PJ left the office in the year 2006, the loss of life for that year was 1,340, which is about 120% increase in loss of life, which is very bad because for most of his time, the loss of life was over 1,000 for the year. And he also oversees one of Jamaica's most bloodiest year, which is 2005. As it relates to the economy, in the year 1992, when PJ took over Jamaica, the GDP for the country was $3.5 billion. When he left in the year 2006, the GDP was 11.9 billion US dollar. The economy had grown, so I can give him props for that. However, when compared to some of the other Caribbean islands within the same time frame, this is a joke as it relates to percentage and growth of the economy. One example is Trinidad and Tobago. During the same time period, Trinidad left from 5 billion to 18 billion. And not to mention all of the scandals that rocked the PNP party when PJ Patterson was the Prime Minister. Namely, the FinSac scandal, the Cuban light bulb scandal, the Goodyear call center and Tech Village scandal, the NSWMA scandal, the Trafigura scandal, the NHT scandal, the NetServe scandal. These are just to name a few. You can pause your screen and look at the rest of them. In conclusion, I'm not saying PJ Patterson was a bad person or a bad individual. However, he made multiple bad decisions while being the Prime Minister of Jamaica for that 14 years. And it continued to hurt us. So if you disagree with my stance and multiple other Jamaican stance and PJ being the worst Prime Minister to ever serve Jamaica, let's have a discussion in the comment section. And please remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And like.
Okay. Well, tonight, sir, we are going to have that discussion, right? We are going to have that discussion. And one of the first things that I realized that you have no awareness of economics. But I'm glad that you mentioned that when PJ Patterson went in, the GDP was 3.5. And when he was departing, the GDP was 11.9. So let me get down into the business with you, sir. Some of those decisions that you said that PJ Patterson did, right, and made those bad decisions, is some of those same decisions that take the GDP growth to 11.9. And I'm going to prove it to you tonight. Now, let us speak about the biggest heartbeat, right? As according to you, talking about Air Jamaica, right? That PJ Patterson sold the airline. Now, let me say before I get into the meat of the matter, PJ Patterson, right, sold the airline was one of the best choice. As a matter of fact, PJ Patterson should have sold the airline earlier. PJ Patterson, let me repeat it. PJ Patterson should have sold the airline earlier. I'm going to show you the evidence why. Now, but before I show you the evidence, I am going to play one of our solid vlogger, somebody who had done proper research, and a lot of people know him, Politics Watch. And Politics Watch take the same view as what I am taking. So I am going to make Politics Watch, right, explain to you as it relates to why Air Jamaica was sold and many decisions that PJ Patterson made, why he has to make those decisions. And number one, I am going to go further than just you hearing Politics Watch, because Politics Watch is not an economist. And then I am going to do a research for you and showing you what the best economist of Jamaica, right, agreeing with PJ Patterson selling the airline. We are talking about the best economists. So, sir, I don't know your economic background, but obviously you are dead wrong. So first, sit back and let us break down your thing. So one of the first things that we are going to show you in terms of economic, based on the decision that PJ Patterson made, right? When he went in, the GDP was 3.5. When he was departing, the GDP was 11.9. And then you make a comparison with Trinidad and Tobago. Sir, do you know that Trinidad and Tobago have oil? We don't have oil, right? And oil was a primary commodity around the world. So as it relates to trading advantage, Trinidad and Tobago, you understand, would have that as it relates to their oil, right? In comparison to bauxite, right? So that is what you need to understand again. And that is where you're wrong again. But without any further ado, let me get into what Politics Watch has to say. Play the clip.
Okay, again, welcome. Happy Friday. Let me just get into it. This one, why did you make a fail?
Yeah.
Now, today we're going to talk about why one of Jamaica's greatest symbol of national pride failed and ultimately became a disaster. Yes, I'm talking about Air Jamaica, the Lovebird. Now, I'm going to give you a brief history on how and when Air Jamaica came about, and then I'm going to tell you why, in my opinion, Air Jamaica failed. Now, Air Jamaica originally was a venture between the British West Indian airline, but the entity that became Air Jamaica wasn't actually founded until 1968. Now, Air Jamaica was destined to fail from the start. You know why? Because it began operations officially on April the 1st, 1968. So that means Air Jamaica was started on April Fool's Day. So I guess that show you say them take Jamaican people for fool. They literally start operations on April Fool's Day. Now, fun and joke aside, people always talk about Air Jamaica was sold to foreigners. Well, the reality is Air Jamaica was always partly owned by foreigners. When it began operations, Air Canada actually owned 40% of the company. And it was Air Canada that provided some of the planes, the pilots, equipment, training, etc. Right? Now, in 1980, Air Canada realized that the ship was sinking like the Titanic, and decided that they don't want nothing more to do with Air Jamaica. So they backed out and they left the Jamaican government alone to deal with it. Now, the government had it for about, 9 years? 1989 is when they accepted the reality of the situation and decided that, listen, this airline is going to have to go private because the government can't handle it, right? Of course, nobody took up the offer because most people could realize that on the books, Air Jamaica was a money pit. It was bleeding cash heavily, right? But in 1994, something interesting happened. A group of Jamaican and Canadian investors, known as the Air Jamaica Acquisition Group, actually came together and bought a majority stake in the company. I think it was 70 or 75%. And do you know who the leader of that group was? A certain Gordon Boot Stewart, Mr. Sandals, Mr. ATL himself. And a lot of people thought, well, surely if anybody can turn it around, Boot Stewart can turn it around. Well, after dumping millions of US dollars into Air Jamaica and blood pressure going through the roof, grey hair all over him head, Boot Stewart eventually accepted that him can't manage Air Jamaica. They were suffering massive losses and he had to abandon it and give it back to the government. Now, you know, some people go out and then get a pet, and after they get the pet, they realize, boy, this pet very expensive to feed. So at first, them give the dog puppy chow. Then when them realize the puppy chow get too expensive, them start give the dog tonka meal. And them start give the dog chop bone. Till eventually they realize, you know what, we're gonna have to abandon this dog. That's what happened. Air Jamaica was abandoned like a mongrel. And the government was stuck with Air Jamaica again. Here's an interesting fact for you people out there. In 42 years of operation, Air Jamaica suffered a loss in 40 of those years. So 40 out of the 42 years of being in operation, Air Jamaica was making a loss. For you math students out there, that's 95%.
Do not buy solar panels. If you live in one of these 11 jurisdictions of Canada, it's
right. By the time Air Jamaica collapsed, it had losses of over 1.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Of course, the government finally accepted defeat and sold it to Caribbean Airlines. Now, of course, the Jamaican people were outraged. People thought we were selling out a part of us. But people, I'm going to tell you now why I think Air Jamaica failed. In some ways, Air Jamaica was a reflection of Jamaica in general. By that I mean, it relied heavy on image and outward appearance. You know how we are as Jamaicans, even if we are dead for hungry or we are suffer like dog.
Okay.
So just gonna
Okay.
there.
So then, all right. So for that vlogger, you have now understood that the government reason to sell the airline, right? That was a must because that would definitely sink the Jamaica economy. It was a money pit, right? And that is clear evidence that, as a matter of fact, the time that PJ decided to sell the airline PGA should have decided to sell it earlier, right, to save some of the debt. So with Politics Watch, who is not an economist, I am going to read now what the professional people, right, actually are saying about Air Jamaica. And so then now, vlogger, you will understand that PGA did not make a mistake in selling the airline. All right, without any further ado, let us find that. Editorial.
1 second, guys. Again, happy Friday. This one?
Yes. Okay.
Here we go.
So editorial Air Jamaica, forget it. It is easy to romanticize about the good old days of Air Jamaica, as a letter writer did recently while calling for a rebirth of the little piece of Jamaica that flies. Indeed, this little airline brokered a pride in its citizenry that is hard to match. For instance, any gathering of people in the diaspora today is bound to come around to the demand for a new Air Jamaica. They mostly loved the fact that the island's vibrant culture and the nuances of the Jamaican persona were on full display on these flights, whether in the twirl of its lovebirds turned model or in the imaginative meals that were served. The demand for a national airline soars whenever there is a crisis that disrupts airlifts to the island. Currently, the COVID-19 crisis, which forced the closure of our borders. In one such occasion that gave rise to the renewed glamour for an Air Jamaica, Jamaicans stranded abroad seemingly have notions of Air Jamaica coming to rescue them, many of them not fully understanding the enormous cost involved in operating these aircraft. Operating an airline is a tough business with its high fixed and varied cost, which make it hard to turn a profit. You may save on fuel, but you still have obligations like labor cost, rent, and financial comments. Countries with tourism-driven economies sometimes support airlines because they feel that if they stop them flying, no other airline will fill the gap. So unprofitable airlines continue to be propped up by governments that will offer them bailouts as soon as they falter. In the case of the heavily subsidized Air Jamaica, poor management decision, fierce competition by discount no-frills airlines, and alleged abuse by government operatives and staff, together with inordinate delays, led to its demise. In private hands, it did worse, as not even the magic of Sandals Hotel Magnet Garden Bush Stewart could turn things around. It did, however, create colorful livery, which started a worldwide trend. Many post-mortem examinations of Air Jamaica have taken place, for example, while the airline was the flag carrier of the Jamaica. It was not wholly supported by government employees, for example, who were not mandated to use the airline for business travel. So they took their business to the competitor. Few of these perspectives fail to also mention the selfishness of Jamaicans who thought nothing about smuggling drugs and the airline setting up Air Jamaica for huge fines, increased security costs, and shredded reputation. In the end, the government of the day was relieved to salvage a 16% stake after hiving it off to Caribbean Airlines. Today, the aviation industry is one of the hardest hit in the global pandemic. Many will not survive. It is estimated that it will take up to $5 trillion to patch up the industry. Jamaica could not absorb these losses where Air Jamaica was still around. So take that away.
Okay.
So for you, vlogger, now you understand that if PJ Patterson did keep that, it would cause us $1 trillion in debt. And I know the last time I checked, you are not an economist. So there you go, sir. You should have done your research properly and to find out why PJ Patterson may sold the airline. So that is information that you didn't have. Now you have that. And now you understand the reason why PJ Patterson, right, sold the airline. Because not even Gordon Bush Stewart, right, could not save the airline. So that is your correction. Now, many other things that you blame PJ Patterson for. There were openly solid good decisions at the time as it relates to maintaining fiscal discipline. And you have to understand that where the government is losing, where an entity is not profitable, and the government have to continue to subsidizing, the government is operating at loss. So if you have any business sense, sir, right, and you involve in certain products, and those products, they are not doing anything for you, right, and the longer you stay with those products, it simply means you're not making any sale. You're not making any profit. You're operating at a loss. So then what are you going to do? Right? So before you come and speak, you need to understand, right, economics before you speak on the matter. Right? And well, of course, a lot of Jamaican, right, may not have understood, right? But hearing what I am saying now and what I'm explaining now, they will understand why PJ Patterson make those decisions, right? And that's one of the reasons why PJ Patterson was able to stay in power, right? Which makes him, of course, the prime minister that stayed in power the longest because of solid decisions, because of PJ Patterson take, right, as it relates to the GDP, right, from 3.5 to 11.9. So what you should have done, you should have applauded PJ as opposed to, right, critique him negatively as a result of your ignorance. All right. Now, let me start dealing with Mr. Andrew Holness. That's me need to touch him now, you know. I want to touch him till a week. Now we have seen Andrew Holness as it relates to his deflection. Coming out, telling people that never in the history of Jamaica, the unemployment rate is what? 5% or 4.5%? 4.5%. Right? And he's making such a boast about it. But people, watch this. I am going to show you something and let us all read it. So while he's boasting, and I don't know where they fix those numbers from, and this is it. When you have a prime minister who continue to deflect, continue to deceive, continue to lie, continue to corrupt. So let me show the people what they need to concern about. While you are saying that, simultaneously, this is what is happening. Look on this, people. Find this. Poverty rate 16.7%.
All right, 1 sec. Okay, again, happy Friday.
Yes. So people, while the prime minister is boasting, right, wherever they fix that figure, people, I want you to look on this. Jamaica's poverty rate increases to 16.7%. This came out 9:48 a.m. Friday, August 18, 2023. Boy, this supposed to lick him where it hurts. The Planning Institute of Jamaica has reported that the prevalence of poverty in 2021 was estimated at 16.7%, a 5% increase over 2019. The Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions shows that rural areas recorded the highest rate of poverty with 22.1%, followed by other urban centers at 15.5%, and the Greater Kingston metropolitan area 10.4%. When compared with 2019, the prevalence of poverty in the Greater Kingston metropolitan area rose by 5.7 percentage points and rural areas by 7.9 percentage points. It remained unchanged in other urban centers, as it relates to Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General of Planning Institute of Jamaica, said the COVID-19 pandemic negatively affected incomes. The poverty rate recorded in 2021 compared to 2019 reflected the adverse impact of pandemic on household income and consumption, and is in keeping with global and regional expectation and experiences. All right, take that away. So people, so I want to know, as it relates to the great disparity, the Prime Minister is bragging about taking down the unemployment rate to 4.5%. Right? And why he's doing that, I don't understand. The poverty rate is increasing. So then if more people being employed, people I need to work out. I'm confused here. So honey, if the unemployment rate being reducing, simply means more people being employed.
Yes, so more people earning an income.
Then why I can't understand why more people employed, but the poverty increasing?
Adopting Nigel Clark algorithm.
Okay. So that
max can max up is the same algorithm.
So it's Nigel Clark algorithm.
Yes.
Okay, people, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm blaming the Prime Minister. I never know that the Prime Minister used Nigel Clark algorithm.
So
now when people are suffering, people are literally suffering in Jamaica. Right? And so whatever matrix that he used as it relates to measuring the unemployment rate, I don't know what sort of matrix that he used. Now, for me, in terms of understanding as it relates to reducing unemployment rate, would say that, okay, might be new jobs creation. And so then those new jobs creation would take on new people in the labor force. But we are not seeing that. And the Prime Minister is coming out talking about 4.5, that the unemployment reduced from 6.7 to about 4.5. And simultaneously, right, the poverty rate is increasing. So that doesn't make any sense. But again, we know that, of course, it is Andrew Holness. Now, that is where that is concerned as it relates to the confusion there. Now, let us look on where we are going to enter into the Integrity Commission, right? And concern parliamentarians. Now, before I get into that, let us read what the Prime Minister has to say as it relates to the Integrity Commission, right? Moving in closer as it relates to their investigation, right? Recommending charges, right, for 6 members of parliament. The Prime Minister seems to be saying that he doesn't aware of who those 6 members are. But don't let me say it. Let me have people read it, and then we discuss this. So, pull this up. Holness pulls up empty net.
Okay. All right.
So let us read into this and get into this saga.
There.
Okay. So here we read from the Gleaner. Holness pulls up empty net in search for MPs on a probe. The Prime Minister Andrew Holness says consultations with government lawmakers to ascertain whether they are being investigated by the Integrity Commission for illicit enrichment has elicited a negative response. I have asked as far as wide, and I haven't got that response from everyone. But as far as I have been told, Holness told journalists as he toured the Clarendon Northern constituency on Thursday. People have been written to, as the Integrity Commission does almost daily, but I have not heard of anyone in my political party being written to for this matter of illicit enrichment, he added. He called the pronouncement by the parliamentarian opposition that they have not been contacted by the IC as political gimmickry. Seriously? It was revealed earlier this week that the Holness administration imposed a gag order on government lawmakers prohibiting them from speaking on matters relating to the anti-corruption body. This includes any being investigated for illicit enrichment. On Thursday, Holness said that his administration had taken a decision not to comment on the work of the IC. Okay, let us move away now. So people, okay. Now, the Prime Minister is actually playing down this thing, but we know different, right? We know differently. And we know that, of course, Andrew Holness is a diabolical liar. Because I know that he would have been in awareness, right? As it relates to him making sure that parliamentarians being gagged for not speaking on the matter. So, of course, he has some level of awareness. Lie ma tell, Bobby Montague not tell the country already that he's been investigated. Exactly. 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 So we know that the Prime Minister is lying through his teeth, right? Now, this is it, people. And I want people to understand something that I am going to go into. For the Prime Minister, right? In 2015, when the Prime Minister was campaigning, right? The Prime Minister speak on matters of integrity. Now, Mark Golden, right, had discussion with him as it relates to drafting an impeachment bill, and which he seems to be okay with that dialogue because he wants transparency. Mark Golden, and this is what we talk about in terms of when Mark Golden promised something, Mark Golden is going to deliver. Mark Golden did deliver in drafting the impeachment bill. Now, after Andrew Holness won the election, what Andrew Holness did, Andrew Holness stepped on that. Andrew Holness stepped on that. So people, I want you to understand something. that remember that Andrew Holness mixed up in corruption allegation before he becomes a prime minister. Andrew Holness mixed up in corruption before he became a prime minister. So when the Jamaican people give Andrew Holness that win, it was Andrew Holness' opportunity to increase further corruption. So then Andrew Holness makes sure and ensure, both make sure and ensure that none of his members of parliament sign the code of conduct. People, use your common sense. Let us use our common sense. Why would the prime minister and his cabinet and other members of parliament would have decided, no, we are not going to sign the code of conduct? Wouldn't that based on some ulterior motive that they wanted to carry out some wrongdoing and they don't want to be held accountable? It leaves us to that notion. It leaves us to speculate. It leaves us to imply. It leaves us to suggest. What would be the reason for Andrew Holness and his entire cabinet not to sign the code of conduct? To show you that Mark Golan is different. Mark Golan is talking about checks and balance and transparency. Mark Golan signed the code of conduct, and not only that Mark Golan signed the code of conduct, Mark Golan ensured that all the members of his party sign the code of conduct. Totally day and night in terms of differences. Now, when you look on the government moving in exception now to muzzle the Integrity Commission, why, if the government is transparent enough, if the government is not corrupted, if the government is not participating in any form of wrongdoing, why would you muzzle the Integrity Commission? And why you want the DPP to stay on? All right. Without any further ado, I'm going to have you here, right, as it relates to I'll play this about, I believe, integrity. So I'm going to have you listen to persons who are really concerned as it relates to this situation. Yeah.
Okay, again, happy Friday, everyone.
I just feel like so the Prime Minister Friday, you know, but then see the integrity report. When the integrity report said that there are 6 members of parliament who's been investigated for enrichment. You don't know who the 6. But me I say, if you say the PNP and P2, then the law needs to take care of them. Because we want to ensure that we have a party that have people with integrity. That's why we are trying to protect the Integrity Commission. But only a guilty man, only a guilty man will try to mash down an institution that is supposed to be upholding good governance and good government.
Okay. All right. Let us go further in terms of more concerns. Right. Let us play this as well. PNP identify politicians.
Okay. I think it's
all right.
This side.
So then it is clear in the sight of everyone else that obviously the Prime Minister, right, is hiding something. All right. Yes. Sure.
In other news, People's National Party Vice President Senator Donna Scott Motley is calling on the leader of the country to publicly name the politicians being investigated by the Integrity Commission for illicit enrichment. A gag clause prevents the IC from disclosing such information until a recommendation is made, but the senator insists the information is necessary to maintain trust and transparency with the Jamaican people. Natalia Clark reports.
As the nation awaits further details regarding the Integrity Commission's investigation into 6 parliamentarians who are being accused of illicit enrichment, the opposition People's National Party is urging Prime Minister Andrew Holness to disclose if these individuals are associated with any parliamentary committee.
I want to ask them if any of them sit on the Joint Select Committee, which is presently reviewing the Integrity Commission Act. And I want to ask the government if any of them sit on the Oversight Committee of Parliament for the Integrity Commission. Because if the answer to any of those is yes, the Prime Minister has a duty to tell the country who they are.
But that request may prove futile, as the CVM Live recently sought a comment from the PM on this matter, to which he said,
as it relates to the matters of the Integrity Commission, my own position is that I don't discuss those matters.
However, with there being 63 members of parliament and 21 senators, the PNP vice president says that the disclosure of such information is necessary to prevent innocent politicians' integrity from being impugned.
I, Donna Marie Scott Motley, declare here that the Integrity Commission has not been in touch with me. All of us can say the Integrity Commission has not been in touch with us. And I challenge the members of the government, the members of Parliament to come out and tell the people of Jamaica that they are interested.
Senator Scott Motley was speaking on Sunday at the PNP's South St. James Constituency Conference, held to formally recognize Nikisha Burchell as the party's standard bearer for the constituency. She then implies to supporters the investigation into these people is somehow related to the recent retirement age increase granted to the Director of Public Prosecution.
The government must answer why it is that they so desperately wanted this Director of Public Prosecutions to remain in office, that they had to rush it down.
Natalia Clark, CVM Live.
Okay. All right. Now, people, let me deal with certain matter right now. Because we know it's a bangarang there. So. Now, let us discuss a simple situation here. As it relates to what Donna Scott Motley said, where you have the possibility, let me use the word correctly, that one of the members of Parliament who sits on the Integrity Commission oversight might possibly be under investigation. Think of that. We know that Mrs. Holness sits on the Oversight Integrity Committee. Now, in a first world country or any rationalized, civilized society, That within itself is a flaw. Why is it a flaw, people? The Prime Minister should have never agreed for his wife to sit on the Integrity Committee, knowing to the fact that him, the Prime Minister, was a target of the Integrity Commission. People, I want you to follow me now. The Prime Minister know that fact. Know that he was and might be still is a target of the Integrity Commission.
But she was put there for a specific reason, to try to railroad any investigation
Exactly,
that coming out. So
exactly.
it was well calculated and well planned.
Okay. Another person who is also sit on the oversight committee is Edward Warmington, who was once a target of the Integrity Commission. The facts are there. The evidence is there. So then, how can you be the target of the Integrity Commission and yet you sit on the oversight committee, right? That within itself is corruption. That is clear conflict of interest. Let me tell you why it is a conflict of interest now. People, watch this. In 2011, I'm going back there now, because people don't understand. Let us see this SSL thing here. People, you see this SSL, and every week I come, I am showing people because it is the heart of the problem. That's why SSL has to play it under lock and key, because you are going to hear of other politicians who involved in SSL. SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime. I have been telling people from God he knows when. SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime. And it's no joke. From out of the mouth of Andrew Holness lawyer, Patrick Bailey, who currently in his mess, as it relates to the number 3 that committed at his house, Patrick Bailey stated clearly, people, that Andrew Holness took money out of SSL to help pay for the land in Beverly Hills in 3 installments. That came out of Patrick Bailey's mouth. Right? It's in the paper. It's in the Gleaner. So then that's, you know, and so then, watch this, people. The 3 installment that paid. Remember, paid them installment, he didn't have all the cash. And we all know that in 2012, Bolt put his money in SSL, and investigation proved that as soon as Bolt put his money into SSL, is as soon as it was taken out. And then in 2012, simultaneously when Bolt put his money in SSL, Andrew Holness was building his big mansion. But people, look here, people. While Andrew Holness was building that big mansion, as it relates to an estimate that was done on the mansion, that the cost of his home nearing the cost of 200 million Jamaican dollars. Now, Andrew Holness, claim that, okay, that big house only cost him $15 million. People think of it. And stated that, okay, because of his involvement in helping laying stones reduce the cost. Think of it. We know the Damien Crawford go hard and learn how to make purpose and all them something there. We don't know of Andrew Holness go hard. You understand? And do any form of masonry or stone building. But that is what Andrew said.
He said that he learned woodworking.
Right? But woodwork is not laying stone. So when I'm saying confusing.
That's what the man said, Baron.
So if Andrew Holness even learn woodwork, you understand? Him not learn to lay stone. Him say him lay stone.
Help with the labor.
Him help with the labor. So it carried on the cost and hit him say $15 million. But what's this now, people? In 2012, people, when Andrew Holness build a big house there, Juliet Holness was actually building an apartment home that now value over $800 million. People not looking at. People look. Me they tell you say SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime. And so then the reason to make the DPP stay on is to help to close SSL, because the DPP must not have any interest in SSL. If a new DPP put in place, a new DPP might definitely instructed to do investigation in SSL. The truth be told, people, there is no investigation going on in SSL.
Because the DPP can investigate anybody.
Right? Because the DPP office is that powerful that the DPP can participate. You understand? At a moment notice. So Andrew Holness want to have willing extension. You understand? Or for these reasons. And I don't care what Paula Llewellyn want to say. That he's independent, and when he's ruling on case, you know, other persons there help to rule on case. I don't care what you want to say, Paula. I don't care what you want to say. The fact of the matter, you have more competent persons in the office. And it is unfair to those people, you understand, as it relates to upward mobility. So them people don't want to improve, so them people don't want to promote it too. You understand? And you are there for a particular reason, Paula. You are there for a political for a particular reason. You understand? So Nigel Clark now come out and talk about what company name? Kern. What a company that's supposed to investigate.
Oh, Crawl.
Because, right? Crawl is not investigating again. Huh? And the government is now seeking now to close the case. And then Paula is not saying anything about SSL. Not saying anything about SSL. The Commissioner of Police is not saying anything about SSL. So you can see the reason why. Even the Commissioner of Police has been seizing up, getting fat pay. Right? Because SSL is going to go under the carpet. So in 2013 then, as it relates to your statutory declaration, Mr. Holness, so if the Integrity Commission is not looking on this, let me speak it. I am going to have to do some digging as it relates to your statutory declaration for 2013, because the 2012 big house reflect on that. You understand? And you're supposed to file for you and Mrs. Holness. We want to know if the apartment complex that Mrs. Holness was building, was it Was it filed? Does the Integrity Commission know about that? We want to know how, right, you had gotten money to fund that. Right? We know that the wife deal with real estate and so forth. But how was that money funded for that project? That is now $800 million. So come on. Come on. The people of Jamaica must just not sit around and have SSL just gone up in the wind like that without no explanation. And you have a prime minister that run around and they talk about unemployment reduce. You understand? When poverty they increase. We can't have the foolishness there. We try this man growing and a sponsor donkey and do all sort of foolishness. We can't have that. We need checks and balance. Right? Recently, we have more JP councillors being investigated by the Era 1 fraud squad. As a matter of fact, where is that information? Hold put up that information when the people have seen it. And so then, every section of Andrew Holness government, you understand, being investigated for pure corruption.
Hold on, let me see. Put it over there.
Did you put it over there?
Hold on. One sec, guys.
One second. We are coming up with a document. That is
Which one is it?
Part that
One sec, guys. I have information in two different areas.
okay.
I think you're taking back that one.
I think we took
You took it back.
we took that document off. Okay. But at current, right, the Era 1 fraud squad have been investigating these councillors. So you have corruption all over Andrew Holness government. All over Andrew Holness government.
Government come to normalize corruption.
Right? Now, when you have, which is utter madness as it relates to the Integrity Commission, where Andrew Holness apply section 53, subsection 3, right? That must clause, right? That the Integrity Commission cannot speak on a report unless, right, they table it in Parliament. People, just try to understand the common sense of this. The very same persons, people who been investigated, is telling the Integrity Commission, say, okay, although you investigate me, you have to send it. You understand? So that it being tabled, so we can look at it, we can vet it, right? And approve it if an investigation can go on. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense, people. That if ordinarily police who are investigating someone, that the police is going to go and tell the person, hey, look here, I am going to investigate it. Right? No, this don't make no sense. And that's why, for every reason, that the Integrity Commission should be independent of such political interference. Because these persons are clearly corrupted and been an obstacle in the Integrity Commission way of investigation. Right? Now, when you have a government that deals with checks and balance, here today, we cannot hear of the 6 members of parliament who, right, the Integrity Commission is investigating. People will make an assumption, and like Mystic Sensation will talk about concerned politicians for the reason because of one politician who claimed that the Integrity Commission is onto him. So, okay, we had him to the list. We know that, okay, Andrew Holness statutory declaration cannot be verified. Okay, we had him to the list. We know for sure that, watch here, in 2012, when Andrew Holness building his big house, Mrs. Holness was constructing apartment homes that now value over $800 million. Wonder if the Integrity Commission know about this? Bang around this. She did on the oversight committee. Okay, we had her on the list. We know that there are vals involved in Cascas at one point in time where we undervalued a property. The Integrity Commission have him under investigation. Okay, we had him on the list. We know that Pasa Mount Warmington under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. Okay, we had him on the list. Right? And the last but not least, the big one with the ball out in a parliament. Okay. Right? Now we go to Desmond McKenzie, who seems to live in luxurious mansions, which we know his salary at the time, right, doesn't seem to be, you know, of such that could afford him such luxury. Okay, you know, we had him on the list. We don't look on all these things, right? And when I put 6 persons on the list, Mr. Bowie, you know, look like, say, the way how things are go. You look like the Integrity Commission make a mistake. You look like the entire cabinet figure up on the list. Because corruption they everywhere. And trust me, I believe that the Integrity Commission, if the Integrity Commission dig deep, Andrew Holness now go have no cabinet. What is going to left might be one piece of break front. Right? Because trust me, the corruption is high. And the reason why we are saying that the corruption is high, because we don't have a government that is transparent. Right? We don't have a government who can say, okay, all right, I put this into SSL. How much you open the account with? How much you get out of SSL? You put in, how much you put in and how much you get out? We don't have that. We have, even when the primary thief said, okay, it's cross-carry, told me what to say, and I said it. Not one police officer questioned cross-carry. It's plain, people. It is very plain. It is very plain as day. Right? That obviously SSL is a problem to the Jamaica Labour Party. The next thing to prove again, the FSC had found out that SSL was a Ponzi scheme from 2016. From 2016, and the FSC looked left and allowed SSL to continue. So when you look at these, clear corruption, clear corruption as day and night. So before the Prime Minister, let me finish here. Before the Prime Minister come out and brags about reduction in unemployment rate, the Prime Minister need to spend as much time, right, into doing some introspection, looking at himself. Him and him political members, they need to do an introspection. They need to look into themselves and realize that they are no service to the Jamaican people. Right? I have shown evidence tonight that the Jamaica Labour Party has an history of pilfering from the poor people, pilfering the treasury. We have never seen in history or heard in history where the PNP are taking any money from the treasury. We have proven that tonight. So then any person who wants to go and investigate to find out if PNP had done that, then come back and update me. Right? I will willing, right, to, of course, adjust if you find that information. But as far as I'm concerned, evidence that shows clearly that the Jamaican Labour Party affected the people of Jamaica ever since they start their political career. The Jamaica Labour Party has been pilfering from our treasury. Evidence of conviction. We know them. We read about them. Why haven't we read of a People's National Party who have been convicted? Because the People's National Party is a different party. Right? I am not there to PNP. I am talking the truth as it relates to Jamaican need to make a very vital decision. And when you look at the history in front of you, Jamaica, for anyone who is on the line and wondering and thinking, right? Use checks and balance and transparency to make up your mind. Does this government want to be transparent with us? This government doesn't want me to hear anything. Remember, we are the government, properly speaking, It's we who elect them to work for us. They are the servants. They are working for us. But here we have somebody who is working for us, is dictating now to us, right? That they are not accountable to us because they did not sign the code of conduct, and we can't hold them responsible. Jojaya, voting is their civic duty. Jamaica don't understand or have lost their civic responsibilities. Yes, Jaya. So this is what I'm saying tonight. You have heard from me, right? And let me say this. Whatever I investigated, right? I am going to speak the truth. I am going to show you the evidence. And I've shown to you tonight the evidence so clear as day. I've shown you Peter Phillips and Andrew Holness going at it. And all of Andrew Holness' accusation resulted in scandal. One bag of hot air that cannot hold up in any judiciary system because they are simple scandal. And I show you the People's National Party accusing the JLP, taking them to court and convicting them. So people, what you learn tonight? What you learn tonight? Right? You have seen the history read out to you of how many Jamaica Labour Party party members of parliament convicted and sent to prison. So then, these are the reasons why Andrew Holness don't want you to listen to social media. Don't want you to listen to platforms like us, because we are going to find the evidence and we are going to establish this evidence. Right? So tonight, if you are unwavered and you are in the center and you don't know what to decide on the basis of integrity. Decided on the basis of checks and balance. Decided on the basis of the vote, that when you vote, you don't vote for yourself. You vote for your children. And you don't want someone. Let me tell you people, let me tell you plain as it is. You don't want someone to trick you in the members of parliament, right? Stealing from your children. Stealing from your children. Any members of parliament steal from the Ministry of Education is creating stiflation on the society. Want to stifle the society. Because the backbone of any society is education. And when you have a political party that aims to damage the education system, not once, but twice. Clear evidence. Not once, but twice. And when you see evidence of this government trying to protect him, then this government means the nation no good. If we are not investing in education, what are we going to invest in? Huh? What we are seeing in Jamaica is what we call a brain drain. Because people who are educated, who look on the system and see what the government is doing, they are fleeing the country. They are leaving the country. Police leaving the country. Nurses leaving the country. Teachers leaving the country. Fire service leaving the country. Even some of the thieves are leaving the country.
That's true. Everybody had tried to find an escape route.
You understand what I'm saying?
Desperation. People find them way to the border trying to cross.
A sense of desperation is spreading straight through the country from Miguel Point to Morale Point. And it seems like this Prime Minister doesn't get it. It seems that some people don't get it. Because some people just numb to the worthlessness. You are going to tell me some Jamaican people who talking about voting for Jamaica Labour Party, you are going to tell me that it is okay. It is okay for the Prime Minister to be accused of all what he had accused for and no explanation. You have seen that the Prime Minister brags about economic growth, where I have shown you where the economic growth started from, a platform set by Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. For all those Chinese agreements and so forth and so forth, who do you think have done them? And so Ganjamania said vote for policies, right? And that is serious. People need to vote for policies. Right? Not Roman jump up. Colonel Charles Stark, what they are doing to people. Because him, Colonel Charles, know that his party like to deliver Roman jump up. That's why he's tell the St. Thomas people, just imagine the St. Thomas people, they are doing their thing. And them go there and want to take with the people them land. You understand? And telling the people their trade tactics, because that's what they use and catch people, rum and jump up. This time around, people, you need to tell Jamaica Labour Party that you don't need no rum and jump up. Policies. Vote on policies. right? Where social media is at this time, right? Particularly many of us in social media. You have Jamaica Carlos, you have Reggae Dub Scene, right? You have the Andre Stevens, you have all what you have, Politics Watch. Social media is shifting the paradigm. Social media is taking its place. We have Reason with Rattigan, and you name it, right? Jeffrey Tavares, you name it. Record of Scene, you name it. So gone are those days. Let me tell these politicians, because they seem like they are not getting it. Gone are those days when you can deal with your corruption and lie to the people. Those days are over. Those days are long gone.
Yes, dawned.
Technology is here. Social media is here. And guess what? Social media kill. The informer to die culture. So the informer to dead culture, the informer to dead culture is gone. The dead flat line. Because people are speaking. And this makes a difference that going forward, no, you are going to be held accountable. What this government is feared for mostly is social media. Because social media is going to highlight history. Social media is going to stand up for the people in the present time. Social media is going to lead the people to a better future, to make good decisions. We now have the ability to go back in history, look on the records of the Jamaica Labour Party, look on the records of the People's National Party, right? Who been sentenced, who gone through the court system, the judiciary system for corruption, and who just mesmerized by scandal. So guess what? Your scandalous behavior is not going to work out. Come with the facts. And if you can't take it through the court system and have someone convicted, then keep your scandal by yourself. All right? So what we have here is evidence on record, documented. JLP members of parliament have been sent to prison because they are simple criminals. And they haven't changed. And so then that come to my hand here tonight. A wonderful session tonight. I really, really appreciate everyone. I'm going to go through the chat, of course, and if I need to interact, of course, I will interact. So, honey, you want to take us through the chat, and then, of course, I hand over to you. Once again, I want to say big thanks for those who spend the time to listen to our Mystic Sensation. Because we are here, definitely, fighting for Jamaica. To make sure that we have a Jamaica where we really can sleep with our door open. We have a Minister of National Security who really lost, who is sleeping on the job. And so crime, you understand, is out of his reach. He doesn't know what to do. So then we are going to make sure that we vote him out and send him on his jolly way. And have someone, right, who can lead us on a path of success.
Remember, we have a commissioner who knows nothing
Right.
about policing. So.
We have a commissioner who is a political operative.
Nothing about policing.
Right? And so then we have seen, but we hope for the Jamaican judiciary system, even that we see what Paula Llewellyn, that the political party, currently the government, want to extend for their political reasons. And so then, Paula Llewellyn, if you have a conscience, if you have a heart, please, please take away yourself and don't accept this extension. Jamaica need to breathe freely. That's all I'm saying. Let us read the chat.
Okay, I'm just going up. There was one that I want you to address. I think it came from Pure Energy, and it was regarding, let me go back up a bit. It was regarding Air Jamaica. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Yes, he was saying Air Jamaica was always packed
Packed
and
and oversold.
oversold, clearly due to high demand. So what then made it unsuccessful?
Okay. Air Jamaica, as he said that Air Jamaica was always packed and oversold. What happened, Air Jamaica was actually operating at a loss. So even although it was packed and oversold, right? Sometimes you have to understand that those sales being competitive, and so then, yes, and so then they have to go cheap.
Yeah.
So although you see packed and oversold, right, they were selling very cheap to compete in the market. And they were overcompeted. They were outcompeted, let me say that, outcompeted. And, you know, the airline, you know, was definitely a heavy burden on the government. The government was just subsidizing until they can't take it anymore. That would just put a big drain on the economy. So we have to let it go. And it was a very good decision that PJ Patterson had done.
But even when Bush Stewart took it over,
Bush Stewart couldn't save it.
He put it in his all-inclusive package, and it still didn't save it.
It still didn't save it.
Still didn't save it.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just see. One sec, guys. It's a lot of comments to go back through and just highlight it. Some of them I highlighted while we were going along.
Okay.
Okay, let me come back down.
What you want to do is? In a decent, well-ordered country with honor and integrity as their guide in governance, would there be a prime minister whose wife is also a member of parliament? The move is fraud, dangerous. Exactly. We need a Department of Justice in Jamaica. So true. So true, Ganja. And Holness is on top of the list.
I'm trying to.
Why not?
Okay.
Okay. Owen Seagull, Steve. And Holness is on top of the list. I am shocked that it's only 6. They are Andrew Holness, Juliet Holness, Montague, Wesley, Darrell Voss, James Robinson, and there are so many others. I want to tell you, honestly, no, trust me, I agree with him. I agree with him, you know, because I think if the Integrity Commission to dig deeper, it's going to be more than the 6, honestly. Okay. Arthur Phillips, you all noticed the absence from the parliament by Miss Dalrymple when she saw the names on the IC's list. She take out herself. Well, Arthur, may I tell you, up until now, the Attorney General can't give opinion to Mr. Dalrymple and the IC's table there now. Hey, trust me, hey, you have to take bad things and laugh about. Hey, this thing is serious. This thing is serious. Are you saying, Mr. We can't make them see me? JLP are prone to corruption and severely allergic to accountability. Yes, pure energy. Trust me, you're right. Alibaba government, remember me tell you. Mystic, remember these men have garbage truck and water truck and benefit from government contract. Hey, and that is no joke, you know. Right? Man own all water truck with all of them name on it. Boy, corruption turn up. Patricia Burgess. Yes, Andrew and Juliet Holness are the biggest choppers in Jamaica.
Sorry, let me take off that one.
Yeah, let me read it.
Okay.
Andrew and Juliet Holness are the biggest choppers in Jamaica. They need to go to prison along with dog face, enough teeth, all along with it. Okay. From the people, we must drop the poor people label.
Oh, he was saying, keep saying from the people and drop the poor off it.
Okay.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
And somebody was saying, do you remember Jack Smith? But it was read in the
Jack Smith. Yeah, we read Jack Smith in that as well.
Overall article.
Yeah.
And Soroyo is saying,
thanks for these important information. Yeah, man, bless up. Here's Sirs, Jack Smith is the only politician who has ever been brought to justice. These politicians now work as gangsters. They protect each other's stuff. No, so correction on that, Patricia Burgess. It's not only Jack Smith, right? We have several JLP members of parliament, right, who have been convicted for corruption.
Jack Smith was the latest. I need to look into this. Winston was asking.
Bro, what did Air Force do in Jamaica?
I told me we have to look into it before I can speak on it.
Yeah. We have to do some research where that is concerned. But someone will have to pay. It's open. Patricia Burgess put up that. Let me see that. Someone will have to pay.
I have to read the rest of it before you ask me to put jobs.
Nothing wrong with that, huh?
Okay, welcome, Millicent. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Friday.
Bless yourself, Millicent. Great show, Mystic Sensation, as per usual, even though I am not acknowledged.
Danny, you can't say that. Look, go through the chat and look how many times I acknowledge you, I even welcome you.
Sorry about that, Danny. If we miss, put it up.
Sorry about that if you feel that.
Yeah, we're sorry about that, Danny. Sometimes we are just good. The amount of things, chat, that we are looking on and we are just going through. But honestly, sorry about that, sir. Really sorry about that. All right.
Okay, welcome, Millicent. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining.
All right, Mystic Sensation, that's what the wicked angel wants.
Welcome, Leroy. Thank you. It says wonderful presentation. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brendan, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you for joining. Expose of shame. Okay.
Expose of lies, shame will be the Andrew Holness legacy. Remember me tell me the sense. No joke about that.
Welcome, Prince. Happy Friday.
Bless
Thank you
us,
so
Prince.
much for joining.
Did the IMF play a negative role towards Air Jamaica? All right. Ganjamina, I don't think in terms of any lending agency, whether it might be the IMF, the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, and whatever, it goes to the government discipline in terms of upkeeping that loan or managing that loan properly, right? And so then if we get certain loans to utilize, right, in terms of developing our structure and so forth, and then of course corruption, right, is not playing a part in that, because what really damper us at times are corruptions. We have seen and witnessed so many buildings as it relates to Project Overrun, one of which is the Cornwall Regional Hospital, right? And remembering we have to utilize these loans, effectively. And so then when we look at a situation like that, right, for Cornwall Regional Hospital, and the level of overrun, right? Let us think about it. That if the government did approach it from a perspective of doing the right thing by getting the technocrats, the appropriate people, right, to to inform them and then go in terms of the right process. Maybe we wouldn't witness those costs overrun, because maybe what happened is they are avoiding the procurement process, and sometimes getting them friends and families. You understand, those political kickback, nepotism, and corruption, right? And then of course it ends up with so much, because we now have to put all of that overrun on taxpayers. So what the Jamaican people don't realize, that when these overruns occurred, who they think is going to pay it back? You are going to pay it back. Those costs, those overcosts, is going to be breakdown and distributed, right, in the areas like basic food items. Put it on this, put it on that, put it on that. So then that triggered inflation. That triggered inflation, and that rise poverty. As I see there earlier when I'm talking about Andrew Holness bragging about 4.5 unemployment rate, right? And we are looking at 16 point something. You understand, where poverty increase. Corruption, you understand, causes all of that. Right?
Let me just go back up to more comment. Pure, and you were saying
even huge Air Canada had to be rescued, bailed out, and restructured a few times by the government. Exactly, energy. Right? So when you have bloggers, just them understand the economics, you understand, and because of course, yeah, people love that Jamaica have their national airline and so forth and so forth and so forth. But do they know how the intricacies in keeping it alive? It was costing the government, and so then the government have to cut it.
All right. So Straight Up is asking a very
okay, but
important question.
I've asked before, what should happen if Andrew Holness turns out to be one of the 6 when it is revealed? Okay, let me answer straight up. Straight up, do I believe, because it's a question asking, and I'm going to give my perception. I want to believe that Andrew Holness is one of the 6. I may not be correct. Let me say that.
But he's saying if he is one of the six,
Yeah,
what do you think should happen?
But if he is one of the six, right? No. I think that this is where the extension of Paula Llewellyn, right, seems to be an ulterior motive for it to come. More follow me, you know. So then, and the reason why I'm saying it, a very good question. Put up the question so the people can see that when I address it. But like when the people see the question that address it. So then, in terms of how I am thinking, that Paula Llewellyn extension is what we call a proactive move that filters within an ulterior motive. Why you said that, Byron? The reason why I said that, when we look at SSL, and when we look at how Nigel Clark came out and trying to mislead the people of Jamaica, that an investigation is going on when he knew very well that that was a lie. I believe that Nigel Clark, aware that Ayarki members of parliament, let me put it that way, Ayarki members of parliament involved. And so then, to save the Jamaica Labour Party, it is best to shelter such embarrassment. And so then, the government intention is to do the uttermost best in securing SSL information to come out. And so then, you, Kraskeri, doesn't have to worry that much because he's confident that he cannot be touched under this government because of the complexity as it relates to other members of parliament that tie within this situation. So I want you to get me straight up. So then when we look on the potential 6 members of parliament who needs to be identified, it is going to be taking the same course that SSL is taking. The government ability to keep it suppressed, knowing to the fact also that they are coming up on a political season. And then if that comes out, burden and pressure going into the political season. So then, if the DPP change and a new DPP is there, that DPP may strictly deal with SSL in a different way, which in extension is going to expose the government. Then I believe, I have no evidence, let me say that. I'm talking about perception, my subjective opinion. then I believe that the government will do its endeavor best to muzzle this information from coming out. Because if this information comes out, it is going to hurt them politically, further sink them into the pool. But whether or not that they are going to protect this information, people and social media platform beating this information, Jamaican people, most of Jamaican people are going to get it and are going to realize that this government is corrupt. So they sit what we call, right, between the frying pan and the fire. Right? Because the longer they keep this information is more that the people trust is failing, because the people are realizing, right? And they are losing the people's trust. The people of Jamaica are now aware, being based on what I compared tonight as it relates to the corruption, that the Jamaica Labour Party indeed is corrupt to the core. Okay. I hope I answered your yeah. Owen Siegel, first of all, PJ was not the person who sold Air Jamaica. Bruce Golding sold Air Jamaica. And to date, no one knows what he did with the money. To be honest,
PJ divested it.
Yeah, I think it is PJ divested.
But divest and sold is two different things. Divest for you're going to contractual agreement for a particular period of time. I think that's what PJ did, but I mean several persons in the chat was saying it was Holding who actually sold it, but PJ only divested it. So that he only had a contractual agreement with whatever company for a period of time.
Yes. That one catch me there as it relates to Bruce Golding selling that thing. I never dig that. Maybe I never really see that one coming. But good to know. And that's why it is good that not only the host know things, right? People in the chat well abreast as well. So very much thankful for that. Yes, glad.
Not just not.
Okay.
I think he's on something else.
So you are saying straight up. So you are saying, okay. So you are saying that she would use her ultimate power to overrule the corruption prosecutor and suppress. Okay. All right. Another very good question. Another very good question. Okay. All right. Where the corruption prosecutor comes in, right? If the corruption prosecutor, right, decided that, okay, all right, they're going to go ahead and charge these members of parliament. Because remember straight up that the Integrity Commission did send a report to the corrupted prosecutor, right, as it relates to for charge to forthcome. But the corrupted prosecutor sidestep it and talk about the length of time and the complexity. So I don't know if the corruption prosecutor, right, is also going to sidestep this one as it relates to recommend for charges. Because if the public prosecutor, if the corruption prosecutor recommend charges, then that I think would have out of the reach of the DPP. Right, Tony? I think that would out of the reach of the DPP. Now, that would be a situation of the trial court, because that would now totally gone into the court process. That is what I believe. I think that if the corruption prosecutor decided that, okay, yes, all right, charges are recommended and so forth and so forth, I don't think the DPP would honestly overrule that. But the question, is it going to get there? And remember, as it relates to what was recommended by the Integrity Commission and where the corrupted prosecutor sidestep it. But if the corrupted prosecutor decided that, okay, yes, charges, then I don't think the DPP can sidestep that. To be honest, I'm just saying. That is my take on it, straight up.
Okay. All right. So, guys, yeah. Okay, guys, we've come to the end of the discussion. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate each and everyone who supported tonight. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you to everyone who's been here with us from day one. Really appreciate each and everyone. And thank you so much for your input. And it's a lot of food for thought. As Baron said, those that are on the fence or are towing the line, look around you what is happening and try and do some soul searching as to what you want for the future of your country and the future of your generations to come. And remember, we are not voting for ourselves, we're voting for generations to come, right? And if we continue along this path, there's not going to be really a Jamaica for our children. So we need to know what we really want. And we were taught right from wrong. And I don't understand how a lot of people have been just sitting down and just accepting what is happening and trying to normalize it. Because we've had some people come in the chat, and sometimes I just, like in the comment section after the live, and come and just drop some foolishness. Like, we need to leave Andrew alone, go look some dirty clothes wash. Some of them I just laugh, because to show how narrow-minded some people are, and they don't know what they're voting for. So they can't come with an argument to defend their prime minister or their party. So they just come drop some crap in the chat, in the comment section.
Arlene said good night.
Okay, welcome, Arlene. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. She's saying happy and blessed. Okay, Leroy, welcome.
Blessed Leroy.
Thank you so much for joining. Okay, guys. So again, thank you. We know you could have been doing other things on a Friday, but you chose to be with us, and we really appreciate it. So now we are going to go into Jeopardy, where we're going to play for credits. So let me just bring up the template. Let me just close out some of these here. Okay, it's up there. So we're gonna be playing for credit, $1,000 Jamaican credit to the person with the most points, and then we're gonna have 4 runners up of $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. Let me go ahead and share the template for the categories that we have for tonight. So tonight category, let me just get the logo out the way. All right, so tonight's categories are science, riddles, which is Jamaican riddles, Jamaican food, Jamaican prime ministers, and world capital. I mixed it up a bit for tonight. Truck Life is saying wonderful job as always, Mr. Ann and Miss Barron. Thank you so much. All right, so guys, you know what to do, and anybody is welcome to play. Throw out a category, and the first one I see, and for how many points the first one I see is what we're going to start with. The question is in the form of a statement, and you're going to answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a place or thing, then it's what is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. So throw out a category, and the first one that I see is the one that we're going to start with. Welcome, welcome, Empress. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Saying good night, Art and family. Good night, Empress. Okay, so for how many points? Let's see. Muriel, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Give me a pen, please. Okay. Paper. And just the other paper below. No, underneath the Kleenex.
This one?
No, paper like this with the answers. All right, so the first, throw out a category, and for how many points? I see a word saying riddles. Okay, Verona is saying, I think that's riddles for 100. Give me all those papers on top.
Oh, okay.
All right, just those. It's just one paper I want up here. Are you using my paper? Once. All right, this one. Thanks. Oh, Tiffany, internet giving trouble as usual. So Verona is saying riddles for 100. So let's start. Let me just go back up to make sure I didn't miss anybody's. All right. So riddles for 100. What goes up and down but doesn't move? What goes up and down but doesn't move? And that's for 100 points. What goes up and down but doesn't move? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and I am not going to delay too long for tonight. So what is staircase? It goes up and down, but it doesn't move. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first.
Who is that lucky winner?
Correct point, with the correct answer. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
Empress start the night good.
Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Ricardo.
How much points for that?
100.
100?
Yeah. And then Hayworth also came in with the point. Oh, okay, so choose the next category, Empress, and for how many points? Empress, no KFC for Mary. No KFC tonight.
No KFC, yeah, we do.
Say riddles for 200. If there are 3 apples and you take away 2, how many apples do you have? So there are 3 apples and you take away 2. How many apples do you have? All right, let's see the answer that I am looking for. What is 2? Remember, you have 3 apples and you took away 2. How many do you have?
2.
So you have 2 because you took 2. Let's see who came in with the correct response. Okay, Tiffany. For 200, Tiffany, you're on the board. Hope you're doing it.
Hey, Tiffany, what's up? Tiffany on the board.
Okay, then Ricardo. All right, so that's Ricardo choosing. Hold on, let me go back up. No, Tiffany. Tiffany is the person who got it, Ricardo. So how come you throwing out category already? Oh, you not sure yourself. What is 2? Okay, so Tiffany, choose the next category and for how many points? You know, Sima take the lead from you, Tiffany. Peter, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you
Bless
being
yourself,
here.
Peter.
Multitasking, that means you may still be at work. Hope work is not hectic for you. All right. Okay, I should change the size of our keyboard. Change it fast. Where's Tiffany? She chose already? Okay, she's saying Jamaican food for 200. You change it, Empress? Okay, she'll do it afterwards. All right, so I said Jamaican food for 200. Okay, a round flatbread made from grated cassava, which has been repeatedly pressed to remove the juice. Name this rounded flatbread that is made from grated cassava, which has been repeatedly pressed to remove the juice, and that is for 200 points. Look at the road, scholars.
Run out.
Can I hold it? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And what is Bami? So, Bami. All right, so let's see who first came in because everybody run out. All right, let's see. Let me refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. Empress. And that is for 200 points. Then Truck Life, Ricardo, Tiffany, Pure Energy, Rafe, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Verona, Arthur, Muriel. You have to put in what is and then the answer. If it's a thing and if it's the name of a person, you put in who is and then the answer. And Hayworth, and Armenia also kept Bami, but didn't put what is. Arlene Winston didn't put what is. Okay. All right, so riddles for 300.
So the score as it is, Tiffany on 200 points, Empress 300 points.
All right, so riddle for 300. You buy me to eat, but you never eat me. What am I? You buy me to eat, but you never eat me, and it can be 3 things. So if I see any one of those 3 things, then, so you buy me to eat, you buy me to eat, but you never eat me. What am I? So it could be one of 3 things. All right, I see what I'm looking for, and it is what is plate, fork, spoon. So any one of those. All right, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, Ricardo, 300 points. What is fork? Then Tiffany, plate. Empress, plate, cutlery, yep. Tiffany again, fork.
Ricardo 300?
Yeah, Ricardo 300.
So the score,
fork.
the score as it is, Tiffany 200 points, Empress and Ricardo 300 points each.
Oh my goodness. Truck Life. All right, so Ricardo, choosing the next category and for how many, how many points?
So explain to the new persons of how many winners and so forth.
You know, I always start with that when I'm bringing up the templates.
Okay.
All right, so who's okay, capitals for 500. The capital of Egypt. What is the capital of Egypt? This one gone to. Capital of Egypt. Yeah, tell us that them British bad road scholars. All right. So I see the answer that I'm looking for. And what is Cairo? So the capital of Egypt is Cairo, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life.
All right.
And that's for 500 points.
What?
Truck
Life enter the board.
Then
Big
Ricardo,
heavyweight.
Empress, Energy, Tiffany, Daniel, Arthur, Hayworth, and Germania. Okay.
And so
Dorothy also came in.
and so the score as it is, Tiffany on 200 points, Empress and Ricardo 300 points, Truck Life 500 points in the lead.
All right. So Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? So he wants food for 100. Commercially produced drinks are juiced packaged in plastic bags. So commercially produced drinks are juice packaged in plastic bags. Everyone run out, jump out, skip out. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So non-taurine. What is bag juice? Drink your bag juice from beer, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Tiffany types fast. First on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. Then Truck Life, so 100 points to Tiffany. I mean, Tiffany on a roll tonight.
Tiffany, move fast.
Oh, Arlene also came in with Cairo. All right, so Truck Life, Empress, Ricardo, Daniel, Juice, he put Sky Juice, Back Juice, Arthur, Verona, Dorothy, Arif. Okay, Arlene also Back Juice, but need to put what is. So Tiffany's saying Jamaican food for 300. So Jamaican food for 300. A dark, spicy, sweet bread, typically made with raisins and fruits. It is commonly eaten with cheese. A dark, spicy, sweet bread, typically made with raisins and fruits. It's commonly eaten with cheese, and that is for 300 points. I mean, not even finish. Read out the question. Martin, welcome. Happy Friday.
Yes,
Thank you
Martin.
so much for joining in. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for. And what is a bun? So we eat bun and cheese. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody run out. Truck Life.
Truck Life again?
Truck Life. No, me have to take a Jamaican card again, you know. Tiffany. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. We know it's a typo, so people don't bother run out and it's what is Bob, but we know it's Bun, it's a typo.
Yeah.
Then Empress, Truck Life, and that's for 300 points to Ricardo.
300 points to Ricky.
Yeah. Then Truck Life, Ricardo, he corrected it. Daniel, Tiffany, Energy, Raf, Arthur, Martin, Dorothy, Okay, we'll put Easter on it. Ganja Mania, Arlene, okay. All right. So that's how the answers came in.
So the score as it is, Empress and Tiffany on 200 points. Truck Life, 500 points. Ricky Ricardo, 600 points.
All right, so it's in capitals for 400. The capital of Canada. Capital of Canada. Welcome, welcome, Janet. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. So the capital of Canada.
Best of yourself, Janet.
Right back. Excuse me.
So the capital of Canada. Oh yeah, I've seen the answer already. Whoa, so them British, man. People them British bad. Let me see what is going on as it relates to the winner here. All right. What is Ottawa? Okay. All right, the winner is there, so I'm just waiting for wifey to get back and announce the winner. All right. All right. The answers are in. Answers are in.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay, so the capital is Ottawa. So the capital of Canada is Ottawa, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh the chat. 1 sec. The chat runner left me. Right, so it was there, it started there. So Ricardo, that's for 400 points. Then Tiffany, but leaving off the A. Then Daniel, Empress, Energy. Okay, Ricardo corrected that, putting back the A. Then Rave, Arthur, Janet. Remember, Janet, you have to put what is or where is if it's a place, and then the answer, or what is if it's a thing, and then who is, and then the answer if it's a person. Okay, Anjamania also came in with Ottawa. Oh my God, Empress. All right, so that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Empress and Tiffany 300 points, Truck Life 500 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,000 points.
Okay, welcome, welcome, King Lion. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining.
King Lion, bless up yourself.
Ricardo is saying capitals for 300. The capital of Belgium. What is the capital of Belgium? Capital of Belgium. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Many more persons coming up with it. All right, what is Brussels? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo for 300 points. Then Empress. Ricardo. Then Empress. Tiffany. Ricardo. Okay, corrected the spelling. Rave. Yeah, that's how the answers came in. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Choose the category and for how many points? Did I choose already? All right, so it's saying Prime Minister for 100. All right, Prime Ministers for 100. This Prime Minister also served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991. Name the Prime Minister. This Prime Minister also served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991. Name the Prime Minister. And remember, name of a person is who is. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is PJ Patterson. So PJ Patterson, before becoming Prime Minister, served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991. And that's for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oh my goodness. Let me just refresh. The first person to put any name in full name. Ricardo, who is PJ Patterson. Then Truck Life, 100. Yeah, 100. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Empress, Jeanette, Energy, Arlene. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Ricardo is saying science for 300. He's all over the map tonight. Meaning of abbreviation NASA. What does the abbreviation NASA mean? NASA. So what is NASA short for? What is that abbreviation short for? The abbreviation. Doesn't have too much typing. People are getting it, don't know the time. You type, just check for type, not you don't start the answer. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. What is National Aeronautics and Space Administration? And that is for 300 points. Before you try type and say type, oh, that is too much. Because it knows them their lead, you know. All right. Let's see who first came in with the correct response.
I better say him.
Let me go back up, make sure. All right, Empress.
Okay. How many points for that?
300.
300?
So Empress, then no, Empress.
Okay, so the score as it is, Tiffany on 200 points, Truck Life 500 points, Empress 600 points, Ricardo 1,400 points.
All right, so she said science for 200. This state of matter takes the shape of its container. This state of matter takes the shape of its container. This state of matter takes the shape of its container. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And what is the liquid? Remember, it has three states: liquid, solid, and gas. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Yes, Shina blind. All right. Ricardo, liquid. Then Empress.
How many points?
200.
200?
Mm-hmm. Then Empress, Tiffany. And water is liquid basically, can energy. Janet. All right, and that's all the answers came in. So was it Ricardo? Choose the next category and for how many points? Behind on the chat in this one. Okay, Julian is logging in the chat. Julian, internet is lagging.
Because Julian just answered one.
So I forgot. All right, so somebody please type in the chat for Julian to refresh her internet. She's lagging, please. Oh, darling, some remove it. Okay. All right. Truck Life. Truck Life, what you trying out answer already? I mean, not even put up question yet. You give me a Ricardo. All right. Let me see. So Prime Minister for 400. He also served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs between 1978 to 1980, and that's a double point answer, so that will be 800 points. He also served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs between 1978 to 1980. And that's for 800 points. All right, let me see. Mr. can't hold them, you know, them British bad. And them just a throw something out there. What do you think? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And drum roll, who is PJ Patterson? So he served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs between 1978 and 1980. Right, so that's for 400 points. All right, 800 points, sorry. 800 points because it's going to be doubled. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Welcome, welcome, Marlon. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in.
Big up yourself, Marlon.
Ricardo, who is PJ Patterson, then Empress.
How much?
800 points. Empress, go back and give the whole of him name. Aworth also put PJ, Benjamin, yep. Ricardo. All right, and that's how the answers came in. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? I must orientate them answers to real Truck Life. Say, who is Oreo cheesecake? Who is Baga Empress? All right, so choose the next category, Ricardo, and for how many points? Science for 500. The hardest natural substance on Earth. The hardest natural substance on Earth. What is the hardest natural substance on earth? Tiffany. Oh my goodness. When I showed something and pray says something near to that, will come up with a question for that answer. Empty. All right, I see the answer.
Beer.
No beer, not in there, just colas.
Okay.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is diamond? So diamond is the hardest natural substance on earth, and that is for 500 points. So King Lion is the Mr. and Mrs. B. How are you? We're good, thanks.
Greetings, King Lion.
Thanks, King Lion. How are you doing? Glad to see you another Friday.
King Lion left you up, man. I'm there every Friday.
All right, so let's see how the answers came in. Chatter run up and down. All right. Empress, 500 points. What is diamond? Then truck life, energy, Tiffany, Tiffany laughing. Daniel, Marlon, then Ricardo. All right, so that's how the answers came in. So Empress need to choose the next category.
And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, Short Life 500 points, Empress 1,100 points, Ricky Ricardo 2,400 points.
Okay, so it's a YouTube hide my first response. All right, let me just make sure I mark off where we have been. Okay. Okay, she's saying riddle for 400. I come out of the earth, listen carefully. I come out of the earth, I am sold in the market. He who buys me cuts off my tail, takes off my suit of silk, and weeps beside me when I'm dead. And it's a double point answer. I come out of the earth, I am sold in the market. He who buys me cuts off my tail, takes off my suit of silk, and weeps beside me when I'm dead. And it's a double point answer. So it is 800 points, sorry.
No, yeah,
All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. But tell us that we can't hold them. All right, and it is, what is onion? Oh man, onion will make you weep. So that is for 800 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response.
The most one I do is I get that. I think you can the one.
Empress.
You see?
What is yam?
Tell you.
Then Empress, so 800 points.
800 points?
Yeah, it's double. Then truck life. Energy, Tiffany, Maria also got that. Janet also got that. Marlon. Okay. All right, so that's how the answers came in. So Empress, right?
Yeah, I got
choose the next category and for how many points.
And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 200 points, Short Life 500 points, Empress 1,900 points, Ricky Ricardo 2,400 points.
I see it, Empress, I saw it. All right, so she's finishing up riddles. What tastes better than it smells? What tastes better than it smells? The color weak. What tastes better than it smells? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. No delays, and is what is your tongue? So what is tongue? And that is for 500 points. So it tastes, not smells. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me make sure let me do my due diligence because me don't want them shouting at me in any tone of words. So let me make sure because this chat jumping. Okay, so Empress, what is tongue? So Empress 500 more points. And what up, Master dear? So then Ricardo, Tiffany, Daniel, Energy. Well, she said taste bud.
Okay, the competition is hot. So the score as it is, Tiffany and 300 points, Truck Life 500 points, Empress and Ricardo tied for 2,400 points each.
All right, competition get tight.
Tight.
All right, let's see. All right, so Empress choose the next category, and for how many? Look here, now you mix me, me watch out the game and see what happens. I'm not taking no time. It's what Grandma's doing in the chat. All right, signs for 100 says Empress.
Pure Energy say, I think Empress should put on an investigation for speeding.
I tell you, them have Olympic fingers over here and alien Wi-Fi. This color absorbs the most light. This color absorbs the most light. Which color absorbs the most light? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is black. Dark colors absorb light, lighter colors reflects light.
Oh, black is not a color.
Anyway, shade color, whatever you want to call it. So it is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. It's on the color chart.
Also on the shade chart.
You should find the one it will stick. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. The runner didn't finish there. Okay. Empress, what is black? Then Ricardo, so that is for 100 points. Empress. Then Daniel, then Energy, Tiffany, Moffat, welcome. Happy Friday. I said, John, no, me almost missed the live due to work. Hope work not too busy. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Blessings, Moffat.
Saying what is black? So running answering. All right, so okay, she's finishing up science. So let's see. 400 points. Name the tissues which connect bones to muscles. Name the tissues which connect bones to muscles. Come on, body run out on that one. Name the tissues which connects bone to muscles. All right, and I see the answers that I am looking for. So no delays again. What is tendons? And that is for 400 points. I tell us that the board I move fast tonight. All right. make sure that I don't miss anybody's answer that came first. Ricardo, 400 points. What is tendon? Then Empress, Energy, Tiffany, Daniel. Oh, it's a Tiffany. Get that again. Hold on. No. Let me go up a little more. No, it's Ricardo first, then Empress. Yeah. Okay. Then Janet. Okay, coming down. All right. So Ricardo is saying capitals for 200.
200, okay.
All right. So capitals for 200. The capital of the Netherlands. Netherlands. What is the capital of Netherlands? Tell me something, Tiffany. Why you have to answer more fat so strong? Why you answer more fat so strong? more fat you have not me in your eyes where you see jump fit. Let's see. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Amsterdam? So Amsterdam, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Great. Empress, 200 points. Amsterdam. Then David, welcome again, David. Happy Friday. Then Rafe, Verona.
Bless up, Sister Monica.
Welcome, Miss Monica. Thank you so much. Happy Friday.
So the score as it is, Tiffany and 200 points, Short Life 500 points, Empress 2,700 points, and Ricky Ricardo 2,800 points.
Okay, Janet also came in with Amsterdam. Okay, that's all the answers came in. Okay, so she's finishing capitals. Okay, and the next one is for 100. The capital of France. Everybody run out. Run out, jump out, skip out, roll out, but don't crawl out, because then you won't.
You don't want nobody right, jump it. Jump for the answer. Capital for France, jump it. But jump it still there, Jamaica, ne?
Mm-hmm. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Paris, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. The David attempt to pass that everything jumbled. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is David.
All right.
And that's for 100 points for David. Then Truck Life, Empress. Miss Monica is saying hello to everyone. Then Energy, Tiffany, Danielle, Rafe, Verona, Janet, Ricardo, Moffat, Marlon, they're easy.
Some big numbers.
Ricardo put what is focus on France. You know, here Jumpet is not the capital of France.
They put Jumpet.
Focus on France, because you know the channel name focus Jumpet, focus on France. All right, so it's saying Jamaican food for 400. That's a light sandwich shaped bread. It is typically filled with meat or cheese or a patty and consumed as a lunch or snack item. A light sandwich shaped bread. It is typically filled with meat or cheese or a patty and consumed as a lunch or snack item. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first
400
came in
points.
with the correct response. And I see what I am looking for. And it is, what is cocoa bread?
Cocoa bread.
Cocoa bread. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first. Lucky Joe. Ah, Jesus. All right. Jamaican food, Marlon. Jamaican food. All right. Patty. David, cocoa bread. And that is for 400 points. Yep, 400
David,
points.
got it?
Yep. David said my time now.
People in the trouble.
Then Tiffany, Rave, Energy, Janet, Empress, Curiosity. Thanks for still being here, guys. Then, okay, that's that's all the answers came in. Ricky, I ball out for help. I don't know what is happening with him. I ball out for help. So, all right, David, choose the next category. So it's saying food for 500. So it's finishing food. All right, and it's a double your score question. So get 500 points added to your score, and then it's going to be doubled overall. So, foul-smelling and bitter-tasting fruit that commonly grows on small trees close to the sea, also known as dopey sour sap. What is called dopey sour sap in Jamaica? Because that one was new to me. Also known as dopey sour sap. It's foul-smelling. The first time I encountered it, I didn't even see it. I didn't know what it was. Somebody was bringing some for me for something in a bag. And honestly, I thought he farted. Honestly, that's how bad it was. And that's for 500 points. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for. So 500 points added to your score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. So let's see who got the answer, and it is what is noni. So it's the noni fruit.
That's what it smells like.
Oh, Jesus, man. I'm not nothing to talk about. So 500 points. But it's very good. It's good for a lot of things. All right. So first on the board. Refresh again. I can't believe my eyes never refresh again. I can't believe my eyes. We need to forget that drum roll effect, because this one need drum pipe. It need a whole orchestra before we can introduce this one. First on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
What?
So 500 points added to Truck Life points, and then double it. All right, so Truck Life, then Curiosity, Energy, Ricardo, Janet, Empress, Tiffany, all right. Gotta talk about what town they come from. Trinidad town too. All right. So now better get jealous now, Ricardo, becoming an extra symphony for you introduce your answers them. Don't hear the excitement. All right, so that's how the answers came in. You want to read the score?
Okay. So the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, David 500 points, Truck Life 2,000 points, and Empress 2,700 points. Ricardo in the lead 2,800 points.
All right.
We'll have three big numbers there. So
let's see what Marlon put. All right. So let's see. All right, score. So ministers for 200. That's what Ricardo is saying. Oh, it's the final category. This prime minister served in the Royal Canadian Air Force and was described as a populist. It was popular. This prime minister served in the Royal Canadian Air Force and was described as a populist. Name the prime minister. Name the prime minister. Let me see. Inner Circle, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining.
Inner Circle.
All right, let me see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. What? All right, let me reveal the answer. So it is who is Michael Manley. And from 1943 to 1945, he served in the Royal Canadian Air Force. In 1972, he became the 4th Prime Minister of Jamaica. Some people might say the 3rd because we have it was a premiere, the first one, but yeah. So 200 points. So let's see who got that 200 points. Somebody going to hop up on the board to turn turn somebody in 6 bars. All right, let me see. It's if Daniel at the my mouth. The trauma courage. I don't know. Why did I say a kangaroo wrench? So first on the board with the correct response is Daniel for 200 points.
Daniel?
Yes, Daniel for 200 points. Then Empress, Ricardo, Ganja Man Mania, but he didn't put the last name. Empress, congratulations. Congratulations, Empress. Yes, I didn't know that. All right. So PM for 300. Both of his parents were teachers, and he represented 3 constituencies during his tenure as a member of parliament. Both his parents were teachers, and he represented 3 constituencies during his tenure as a member of parliament. So Janet says, didn't know that. Yes, we all learn as we go along. Because I learned that too when I was doing my research for the questions. Right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Just look on this side. Remember, name of a person, you have to put who is. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. Not gonna delay, and it is who is Bruce Golding. So he's the son of Tatius and Enid Golding, both teachers. Right, so it's who is Bruce Golding, and that's for 300 points. Right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Just seeing. All right. First on the board with the correct response is Daniel. So Daniel,
Well,
300 points.
This is serious.
I tell you about kangaroo wrench I could get thrown somewhere there.
So Daniel definitely threw a kangaroo wrench. Is this serious?
So Daniel, then David, Ganja man, but he didn't put what is, then Janet. All right, and say bop.
That
Me
is
first, see that you first, Daniel and Empress. All right. So the last one on the board. Remember, guys, you have to refresh to see where you fall with the answers. Because you're always going to see yourself first or second or third. But once you refresh the chat, then you'll see actually where your answer falls. All right. So the final one. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II while in a coma and died 10 days later.
Wow.
He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II while in a coma and died 10 days later. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, who is Sir Donald Sangster? And that is for 500 points. And remember, guys, he died of a brain hemorrhage, and it is said out there, another propaganda, that he was poisoned. He died of a massive brain hemorrhage. So he may have had a massive stroke, because you have hemorrhagic stroke, which caused massive bleeding into the brain, and he died of a massive brain injury. So he must have had a stroke, a CVA, cerebrovascular accident. So that's 500 points. And the board is clean.
Clean.
All right. So let's see who first. Yes, David, he was a prime minister. For a very short period. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. Welcome, Agnes. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. All right. Mr. I'm just throwing something out, hope something stick. Hold on a minute. Announce the person who got it yet. Okay, Ganja Mania did not complete it properly. All right. Curiosity Kid, who is Donald Sangster.
How many points for that?
500. So Curiosity Kid is also now on the board. So that's 7 persons on the board. And how many people have 500?
Exactly. So you have to ask. So 3 persons. Hold on.
Let me just go down. So Curiosity Kid. So that's
so 3 persons.
500.
3 persons. Tiffany, unfortunately, she's out.
Okay, so there's trouble there.
So Tiffany's out. So 3 persons will have to answer 1 question.
Hold on, let me finish. Go through the answers. So then we also have Miss Monica, who came in with Donald Sangster.
Yeah. But the person who just got this one, what is his name?
Curiosity.
Curiosity.
Okay. Janet. Okay, with the man with the airport. Okay. Yes, Curiosity on the board. Empress, big upset. This is more than kangaroo ranges. As several kangaroos jump out.
Okay, so what? One. So we have to put back. We're gonna have to put back David, Daniel, and Curiosity to answer one more question.
All right, so let me just grab a previous template. So between the three of you, one of you just wrote a number. I have, this is number 63. I have templates from 1 to 62.
So only three persons will participate.
Okay, so choose a template between 1 to 62.
2% of go answer. Yeah.
And so between Daniel, Curiosity, and David, 23. All right, so the first one I see there is 23. So it's saying template 23. So let me get template 23. 23. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me share template 23.
Maximum 500 question.
All right, so these are the categories on template 23: religious knowledge, Jamaican trivia, Jamaican people, Jamaican cities and towns, and Jamaican landmarks. So choose from the 500 categories. The bottom part, choose 500. So, oh, David was throwing out for 300. Curiosity said, just having fun and learning. Okay, Curiosity. All right. So, all right, we're just gonna go with so it says religious knowledge. The names of the 3 Hebrew boys who were thrown into the, you know what, let's scrap that one because I think there was a discrepancy. Let's choose the 300. He was thrown into prison for criticizing Herod. He was thrown into prison for criticizing Herod. Okay. All right.
Yes, bless up, Sister Monica. All right, and thank you for passing through.
And with our big words, I confuse my vascular. A stroke, a brain stroke mixing, a cardiovascular accident, which is a CVA, which is the medical term for a stroke. You can have an ischemic stroke where there is little oxygen going to the brain, as well as you can have a hemorrhagic stroke, which is the one that I'm just explaining because a lot of people have it out there that he was poisoned, so he died on the job. No, he had a stroke. So he had an hemorrhagic stroke, which was bleeding into the brain, and that's what he died from. He had a massive one. All right, so let's see. So who is John? So John the Baptist was thrown into prison for criticizing King Herod, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who pick up those 300 points.
So first and second.
Hold on. Okay. So David first, who is John the Baptist for 300.
David?
Yeah.
So David out of that now. So David is 800 points here, right?
Curiosity came in next. Then Daniel. So it's now between Curiosity and Daniel. All right.
So asking.
All right.
So 200 question.
All right. So Daniel or Curiosity, just choose a category, throw out a point for that category, and then we'll choose a question from there. I enjoyed tonight, trust me. Thank you. Oh, Jamaican trivia for 200. Name the national hero that was born in Manchester, Jamaica. Name the national hero that was born in Manchester, Jamaica. Name the national hero that was born in Manchester, Jamaica.
Marlon says skin down.
Not easy enough.
The answer is there.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, who is Norman Washington Manley? So he was born at Roxborough in Manchester on July 4th, 1983, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let's
Is
do
it
it
Daniel?
then to get the
Is
fifth
it
place.
Curiosity?
Let's see who is going to get the 5th place. All right, I've already refreshed. Where did it run to? Okay, Jamaican trivia there. When it come, let go the answer. All right, so David came the closest. It was a typo. We already had Paul, but he put down the bottom. It's a typo. So Norman Manley. So it's Daniel. 200 points to Daniel.
Okay, so Daniel make it across.
Daniel crossed it.
All right.
All right. So congratulations to all the winners. And thank you guys for all who participated, and congratulations to all who participated as well, because
it's a very good competition.
Not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy to answer a lot of these
to make it on the
questions
board.
and to make it on the board. So congratulations to everybody.
So Ricardo win tonight's match with 2,800 points. Empress 2,700 points. Struck Life 2,000 points. David 800 points. Daniel 700 points, and that completes the board.
All right, so David is saying send is to 408.
David 408.
408. Ricardo says he's sharing with Tiffany.
And Ricardo sharing with Tiffany?
Yeah, just put / Tiffany. Okay, Empress is saying it was fun tonight. Congratulations. We're all winners, and the 894
exactly.
Yes, you are all winners.
All right.
Okay, Curiosity said I joined it, but I thoroughly enjoyed the game. Thank you so much, Curiosity. And guys, everyone is welcome. Every Friday we come on at 6:30. Sometimes work might hinder us a bit and we start late, but that is very rare. But we're always here on a Friday at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. think it's an hour difference for Jamaica, and you can all work out the difference
Yeah.
for the different countries. And I think when the notification comes up too, it gives you the time in your time zone.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, thank you, each and everyone. Congratulations to the winners, and again, congratulations to everyone who was in the chat answering, because as I said, it's not easy, and we learn a lot from these games as well, and I try to incorporate a lot of our culture as much as possible and a lot of our history, because I realize that a lot of our history and heritage is being lost in today's date and time, because things that we held precious in the 1970s and 1980s, a lot of these young kids don't really know much about it. We are losing our culture little by little. Honestly, I'm in that category too, because I can't make blue jaws. I love it and stuff, but I can't make it. I can't make a lot of these traditional African foods and stuff that that our foreparents used to make and that we enjoy so much. And I think I'm gonna need to get learning, and pass it on to my kids, because it's our heritage, so we have become more Americanized, not Americanized and stuff. So we're sort of losing our identity in terms of our heritage. So I always try to incorporate questions regarding our heritage and our government and stuff like that.
Okay. What Ricky asked something there.
Sir Baron, me and Matt Sopati, I'm gonna make you know boat in a bath.
All right.
All right, so Truck Life is saying another wonderful live mystic sensation.
Thank you, Truck Life.
Every time. How many points I garnered? Says Marlon. Marlon.
All right.
Okay, what does A word say? Marlon, 1 point. Okay, Daniel says this is 544 number. Yes, Daniel, I have that number.
So, should I write it down?
No, I have Daniel number 544. Mixing is saying always a great live. Thank you so much, Mixing. So true. If refresh my brain, I enjoyed this, Verona. Thank you, Verona. Yeah, it's all about, as you see, our logo, empowering through education.
At the end of the day, it is
knowledge empowers.
It is the subscribers who give us the strength and energize us to continue. Without you, there is no us. So we appreciate every single person passed through, every one of our subscribers, and of course, persons who in extension listening. We appreciate of everyone. All right.
So Ricardo said, "I'm gonna link you on WhatsApp, Sir B."
All right, feel free anytime to link, Ricardo. And Ganjamina giving back the mystic to Jamaicans, of course. And it's important for us to really fight for our country, right? We are not here to to badmouth government per se, right? We accept Holness as our prime minister, and we want, of course, a good country. At the end of the day, right, we have to make sure we defend Jamaica for us, right, and our generation to come. We have to fight the tough fight so that our generation can have it much easier. And we have to work with a government who want to work with us as it relates to nation building. Nothing personal against the Prime Minister, right? We are just speaking as it relates to, the facts that we find. And we are sharing the information, and we in search for good governance. At the end of the day, it's all about good governance.
And he says that if the Prime Minister, the government is not doing the right thing, and it's, we should call him out. So that's
exactly. So it is nothing personal.
We're doing what he says to do.
Right. It is nothing personal. Speaking, right, as it relates to some of the things that we have identified. Right. So once again, right, we thank you all for passing through and spending the Friday with us. We enjoy each Friday when we come here, knowing to the fact that, of course, we are interacting.
Okay, and welcome to those on Facebook as well. Sorry, Facebook, I have been treating you guys like a stepchild. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate each and everyone who joined in. And Suzette was answering what is their case.
All right. And Verona Hill said, I learned a lot from you, Uncle Byron. Thank you. And, you know, welcome. I feel really appreciative of that. Thank you again, Verona.
Okay, thanks for that endorsement, Verona. And thank you, guys. Really appreciate each and every one.
Marlon said, I read the thumbnail and it sends shivers through my skin like when Jamaica was expecting Hurricane Gilbert. All right, Marlon.
Okay, Ricardo send Barnard miss and check your WhatsApp.
Okay.
All right. I guess it's the general WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, yeah.
Okay, let's see. You know what? Oh, that one is on Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't read it out. What? All right, holding you to that one.
Hi.
All right, we're holding you to that one, Ricardo.
All right, Ricky.
Okay. All right. Hope everything goes well. All right, so guys, I just want to say, because we have to go to work in the morning. It's 10:37 here now. I think it's 11:37 there for you guys. Ricardo said whisper lol. So thank you again so much. Really appreciate each and everyone who have joined in. We know that you could have been doing something else with your Friday night, but you chose to be with us. We can't express it enough. So we are really, really appreciative. Thank you to everyone who newly subscribed to us. Welcome to the family. It's all education and fun and games over here, learning as well. So, and we like to look out for each other over here. We like to be our brother's keepers. So when you come over here, it's like a family. So welcome to the family. And I'm going to say good night to everyone. Have a wonderful and blessed rest of the weekend, and have a wonderful and productive week. I can't believe that Friday always comes so fast, but anyway, I'm glad so we can interact.
Exactly. we actually anticipate our Fridays, right?
Yeah. So thank you again. Have a wonderful and productive week, and safe travel on the gravel.
All right.
We see you next Friday.
Peace out.
Love you all.
All right.
Peace out.